Hi everyone, hope you're well. Chris Cowlin here. Now, before we get into it, I'd just like to inform you about a new website selling quality current and retro Spurs jerseys, okjersey.com. They sell all current and retro Tottenham Hotspur shirts in all sizes. They sell the current fan and player versions, as well as the 80s and 90s retro shirts, including my very favourite, the 1991 FA Cup final shirt. You can order very easily from okjersey.com, and if you use the code Chris, you will receive an 8% discount off your final order. You can also use the QR code on the top left of your screen. And by the way, they also have some training wear here and the 25-26 colour special edition jersey. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Chris Cowlin, and this evening I'll be joined by Craig Dearman and a number of Spurs fans from all around the world. This is another edition of the Fan Show. Now, if you'd like to get involved and appear on the Fan Show, please do send me an email. It is tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. We'll be talking about a lot this evening in the next couple of hours. We are live on YouTube, live on X and Facebook, so please do get involved. Let us know how you are feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. And of course, we're here to talk about the big news of the day. Thomas Frank has been sacked as manager of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club after the 2-1 defeat on Tuesday evening. He said, "I'm convinced I will still be in charge for the Arsenal game Sunday week," but he has lasted 244 days as Spurs boss. Now, the club statement came out at around 10:15 a.m. It said the club have taken a decision to make a change in the men's head coach position, and Thomas Frank will leave today. Thomas was appointed in June 2025, and we have been determined to give him more time and support needed to build for the future together. However, results and performances have led the board to conclude that a change at this point in the season is necessary. Throughout his time at the club, Thomas Frank has conducted himself with unwavering commitment, giving everything in his efforts to move the club forward. We would like to thank him for his contribution and wish him every success in the future. Now, I'm just going to go through some stats here. Spurs won 2 out of the last 13 Premier League home games. Boos, I've worked this out, boos in 9 out of those 13 games in the Premier League at home under Thomas Frank. 2 wins from the last 17, 12 points from a possible 51. Winless in our last 8, the worst win rate of any Spurs manager since World War II. The Opta stat this morning has stated we have a greater chance of getting relegated than actually finishing in the top 9. And of course, Pochettino's name was sung at Old Trafford at the weekend and again at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Tuesday evening. And the Spurs fans also said you're getting sacked in the morning. Now, at the moment, let me just say this. Ange Postecoglou will be appearing on the Overlap. It will be out tomorrow. And weirdly, how weird is this, that they actually recorded this minutes after Thomas Frank was officially sacked by Spurs. So that should be one hell of an episode. Do look out for that tomorrow on Thursday. Now, Thomas Frank, the costs, £6.7 million to appoint him as Spurs boss. That works out at £957,000 per Premier League win. It works out at £231,000 per point. Stats-wise, 26.9% win rate is the worst Tottenham Hotspur manager in Premier League history. The candidates at the moment, the Telegraph reporting, the candidates to take over as the permanent head coach at Tottenham, Robbie Keane, Roberto De Zerbi, and of course, former Spurs boss Mauricio Pochettino. Harry Redknapp has come out and said, of course I'd do the job. They have my number. If they want to ring me, they know where I am. David Bentley, of course, former Tottenham Hotspur star, has come out and said, give the job to Harry Redknapp. He knows what he's doing. Now, João Palhinha has come out on social media and sent Thomas Frank a message and said, thank you for everything. And Pedro Porro is the only other one. Only 2 players have come out so far. And this was, 8 hours ago at the time of recording now. Pedro Porro said, thank you very much for everything. A pleasure. Now, Sky Bet at the moment are stating that Roberto De Zerbi is 5-4. He is the favourite to become the new Spurs boss. Pochettino 6-1. And Audrey is now out for the rest of the season. he is going to be having surgery. I told you that we've got a lot to get into. The Independent have just stated that Spurs players in the leadership group felt that Thomas Frank should have been sacked a little while ago. The Independent have also stated that they know things are toxic at the moment, and to get that unity back among the fans, the answer is to bring Mauricio Pochettino back. The Daily Mail have just stated that getting De Zerbi in at Tottenham is unlikely, and the Independent have also stated that contact with Pochettino would have to be after the World Cup. Craig, there's a lot to get into. How are you this evening? What have you made of this news?
I was jumping up and down like we'd scored a goal when I heard the news about Thomas Frank being sacked. It was like the weight of the world had lifted. I was just so happy. And I know that's really bad when a manager gets sacked, but that's how strongly I felt that he needed to go. I felt like that, as you know, for a couple of months, and it was like a bit of torture for me watching us play and seeing this manager, just everything he was going through. So I'm incredibly happy. I thought this was the only way we could actually move forward and have a real chance at, I can't believe I'm saying this, surviving the drop. So yeah, it was the right decision. It was the right decision, taking the human side of it out. It was the right decision for the club to make. They finally listened to the fans. It was probably due to the fact they were getting a fair bit of abuse as well, the board and Vinay and Langer. And finally, I mean, there's been so much news today, as you say, Chris, there's been reports that members of the board wanted him gone a couple of months ago. They were split on it. And reports of saying it was like Groundhog Day every Saturday when they met to discuss it. They were talking about the same thing. Should we get rid of Thomas Frank? And finally, they've done it. So, yeah, this was something that needed to happen. And hopefully now we can move forward and just survive in the Premier League. And you kind of got to write this season off, even though we're still in the Champions League. Obviously, try and go as far as we can in that. But realistically, we're not probably in the state to win that with the injuries and everything. But the first bit of the job is done. Frank's gone, and hopefully now we can move forward.
Craig, we'll obviously talk to a number of fans from all around the world shortly, but just wanted to ask you quickly, of course, Spurs are 16th in the Premier League, 5 points above the relegation zone right now. It could have been very, very different last night had Manchester United not got that equaliser right at the end, because it could have been 3 points between us and West Ham in the bottom three. Whoever does come in, if it is an interim appointment from now until the end of the season, they've got at least 14 games, 12 in the Premier League, at least 2 in the Champions League. Of course, we hope for more. Who would you like to see come in if it is an interim appointment, or indeed, would you like to see a permanent appointment made now?
I think we need an interim until the end of the season. It's got to be somebody who gets the club, who can breathe a bit of life back into it, give the players a bit of belief, and then go for Pochettino. You must be able to speak to him before his contract ends. You must be able to get something in place, at least a phone call from Vinay. It might have happened already, who knows? For me, like I say, it's got to be somebody who gets us. As you've said, the name's been mentioned there. Robbie Keane, excuse me. Look, he's doing so well at Ferencváros. I'm not sure he would leave them just to be an interim for 14 games. I think he'd do a good job, but I just personally think he's got to be somebody that gets the club. Now, a lot of people, there seems to be split on the likes of somebody like Harry Redknapp. I don't probably think the club are going to go for Harry Redknapp, I have to say, but I would personally take Redknapp till the end of the season, because you've got to look at it. Would he put a smile back on everybody's face? Yes, he would. Would he get us playing attacking football? Yes, he would. And Redknapp just gets the club. So at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. There are so many different variables to it. And do they bring in Johnny Heitinga, for example, or do they get John Heitinga to see us over the next 14 games? It doesn't look like they're going to do that. It looks like they're going to go for an external appointment. But for me, it's got to be somebody that gets Spurs. And the number one thing is getting that permanent manager. Personally, I think De Zerbi is not quite the right fit for. I mean, the football will be brilliant, but I just think he's such a loose cannon. Simone, who's in the green room, will give us a bit more on De Zerbi. I really like his football. I love him as a coach, but I'm not sure he'd be the right fit at Tottenham. the one man for me is Mauricio Pochettino, of course.
I mentioned there about De Zerbi and Poch, but Robbie Keane is also on this list, 5-2, Glasner 9-1, Silva 14-1, and Andoni Iraola at 20-1. Let's go straight to Italy and let's speak to Simone. Simone, how are you?
I'm fine, Chris. Eventful day, but I'm fine. Chris.
Hello, mate.
What do you make of this news? Are you surprised that Spurs made this decision today?
Not at all. It was absolutely inevitable. Sometimes in football, guys, situations do not click, and Thomas Frank failed to conquer the dressing room. The type of football was abysmal. Has been abysmal. Let's be honest. There was no improvement at all. There's never been. So maybe should have sacked even sooner after the defeat against West Ham. The bird looked to some other solutions, but there was the Dortmund game in a couple of days, so it was impossible. Now it's time. There was no improvement at all. I feel sorry for the man. I feel sorry because I think it's a good human being, and I hope the best for him in another Premier League club. But clearly, it didn't work.
Yeah, Simone, how do you think Spurs are going to approach this now? We were talking there about bringing in an interim or go for a permanent manager. How do you see this playing out?
I will go for an interim profile, definitely, but only if we have a sort of assurance that after the World Cup, the club will sign Mauricio. No brainer for me. There is no other option. Mauricio has always been the only one solution after all this year. He bleeds Tottenham, he is Tottenham, and he wants to come back. So for me, he has been the best manager Tottenham have had for many, many decades. And I hope now it's time that the stars are aligned. And for me, he's the only solution. Let's appoint an interim manager. Spurs need 3-4 wins out of 12 games to avoid the relegation. But for me, it's the only solution. For now, I don't know. For sure, Roberto De Zerbi is not a short-term profile. He will never accept a short-term contract. De Zerbi means a project, and if you want to appoint De Zerbi, you need to give him a contract of at least 2 or 3 years. But I think that is gonna be unlikely because the strong link between Tottenham and De Zerbi was clearly Fabio Paratici. Paratici has decided to leave the club. Paratici is back in Italy. He's decided to leave the club, not to join Inter de Milan, AC Milan, Juventus, or sites like that. Fiorentina, that are slacking as well in the relegation zone. The situation is very, very strange, but I don't think Roberto De Zerbi will be the one for Tottenham.
Simone, I do get people's excitement about Mauricio Pochettino possibly coming back. Yeah. But if you were him, how many questions would you have for the board? When you've seen a number of managers go through this football club, particularly since Pochettino in 2019, you think that we've gone through 6 permanent managers since we moved into that new stadium, 3 interim appointments as well.
Yeah, but
what would you be asking?
I would ask, of course, money to improve the squad, but time, because Poch is all about philosophy. Poch is still a certain way of building again that foundations. If you remember, when he decided to join the club, it was 2014. The team was not as good as he would develop the same team. Harry Kane was a young lad coming through the academy that struggled in his loans, the loans, Norwich, Millwall. So he needs time. He needs time, of course. But I think he's got all the credit. He's got all the credit for what he achieved as a Spurs manager in his previous campaign. So I will go. He's someone that Of course, it's gonna be loved. It's gonna reunite the fan base. And this is key. This is key. The Tottenham environment right now needs someone that you can really trust in him. You can really trust. And at this stage, there is a disaster.
Simone, does it surprise you that not many players have come out on social media and given a farewell message or a message of support for Thomas Frank? Because obviously when Postecoglou left, there was a wrath of messages from the squad, wasn't there?
Yeah. No, not at all, Craig. I think only just Paulinho and Pedro Porro decided to go on Instagram to dedicate something to Thomas Frank. We are talking about a dressing room that really loved Ange Postecoglou, and when you need to come into a dressing room that is so connected, so linked, so addicted to the previous manager, is always difficult in football, in every side, in every team, in every level. So I started my my live session saying that, underlining that he failed to conquer the dressing room. The type of football, guys, everyone could see that was abysmal. But he failed to conquer the dressing room. Romero, Van de Ven, we are talking about every players that really loved Ange Postecoglou. So, the situation was inevitable. Keeping Thomas Frank at the club, and I'm sorry, but keeping Thomas Frank at the club, it was a disaster waiting to happen. It was absolutely inevitable.
Simone, last question for you. Will Spurs be a Premier League team next season?
I hope so. I would like to finish that. I've been waiting 6 years, 7 years for Poch to be back at the club. Arsenal are winning the league. Tottenham are getting relegated. I don't know what the hell is still to happen to appoint again Mauricio Pochettino. He deserves his second chance at the club. He was the best.
Simone, thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
See you, Simone.
Cheers.
Right, let's go to Turkey now, to Istanbul, to speak to Audrey. Audrey, good evening to you. Thanks so much for joining us. What do you make of today's news?
You see the fireworks, the firework display. As soon as I got the news, that's what I was doing all day, basically, fireworks. Mate, I think it was, as Simone just said, it was inevitable. With all the performances, with all the stats that you mentioned at the beginning of the show, I'm actually surprised. I think we've discussed this in previous shows as well, that he lasted this long. Probably they should have taken this action more than a month ago when the transfer window opened. And now we've got obviously 12 games left to, salvage the season as best as we can. Yes, we're still in the Champions League, but a club of our size should not be where we are right now. Relying on Manchester United to score a 95th minute goal so that we've got 5 points between us and the, and the relegation zone, So, yeah, I think it was inevitable. We've discussed Thomas Frank in several other shows before. So I think it was the right decision. I'm sure he's a lovely chap, nothing personal, but football is a win business. If you don't win the games, if you don't get the points, and we are a club, we have our own way of playing, and if you don't play entertaining, attractive football, your days are going to be numbered, no matter who you are. No matter who you are.
Yeah. Audrey, interesting tweet from Jay Harris at The Athletic saying, after Spurs lost to Arsenal in November, Thomas Frank lectured the squad about standards dropping. Multiple players turned up late to training the next day, including the captain, Christian Romero. It does sound like, and I think we'll see a lot more of this over the next few days and weeks, of player unrest and people just not respecting Thomas Frank. Indeed, he's also gone on to talk about how the players probably didn't respect Thomas Frank, he says a Tottenham player believed that while Ange Postecoglou was perhaps not the best coach, the players respected him, admired his charisma and listened to what he said. But those players soon stopped listening to Thomas Frank because, as this player saw it, he did not have the personality required to coach a big team. Does that surprise you?
No, not really. I mean, we kind of, again, referring to previous shows, we talked about where has he lost the, we speculated whether he had lost the, dressing room in the club. It seemed like some players maybe, we saw obviously in some games we saw, second half fight, etc. We were saying, look, they look like they are fighting for the manager, but obviously when the manager is in, you always get these kind of stories come out after a manager has left, especially if it's a manager that majority of the dressing room had lost belief in. It could be maybe his way of man management, one-to-one management. I mean, look, there are, someone like, for example, Harry Redknapp. He's well known for his man management skills, for how he's able to get, have an individual relationship with each player and get the best out of them. Obviously, Pochettino, I imagine, was also somebody, who was very good at forming good, strong relationship with players. Because look, at the end of the day, I think, was it Brian Clough who famously said, how do you get into a changing room full of millionaires and motivate them to go out there and fight for games, week in, week out? So, you could be the best tactician, you could know everything about the game, you could be someone who's extremely experienced in the technical side of things, but also naturally at the end of the day you're managing a group of players, and I think psychology is really important when it comes to, you look at some of the most well decorated managers out there, and they are all well known for their man management skills and being able to get the players on their side and buy into their system and buy into their way of playing. Now, as we saw literally from the start of the season, we haven't really seen a way of playing. It's like we never really saw a style or at least an entertaining kind of style that is what Tottenham historically is well known for. So I think as the season progressed, it just, his position became more and more untenable. I mean, last night was just, for me, I mean, I know like we've had poor performances before last night, but I think last night was just so obvious that there was no fight, that there was no like none of the players looked like they were really trying, and when you see that, it really does. I mean, for me, after last night, I think, well, you were on the show and I kind of wrote into the message. I don't know if you remember from last night, Craig. My comment saying that it was a complete disgrace and there just seemed to be no clue as to what the players were supposed to do. And it was probably one of our worst ever displays against any team whatsoever. So I literally this morning, from the moment I woke up, I was constantly, every sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, I was checking Sky Sports News, because I just thought there's no way he survives this. And if they're going to axe him, this is probably the best, window to do it in, because we've got 12 days until our next game, which is, against them lot down the road. So even if it takes a couple of days to bring in, whether you're going to bring in an interim manager or whatever, at least by this weekend, you can sort out who the manager is going to be. And then they've got a full week to work on how we're going to try to tackle the Arsenal game.
Audrey, last one. Thomas Frank probably feels let down by the board because they must have given him a number of assurances, particularly after the Newcastle game, for him to sit there in front of the media and say, I'm going to be here. I will be here for the Arsenal game. He was very, very sure, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was. And I did think, when I heard him say that, I thought, you're tempting fate there. I hope, you know, I mean, he must have been giving some assurances, but at the same time, you're kind of, when you come out with such strong, because his opinion about it was very, very strong. But just on it's a little bit not quite the answer to the question, but I've got to say, at the same time, I still hold the board responsible equally. You know, yes, Thomas Frank, he really didn't seem like he had a clue, but also, again, I have to mention the board as well, Chris, because look, at the end of the day, imagine also I'm sure Thomas Frank lost the dressing room, but as we know from Christian Romero's recent outbursts, I think also the board, the ENIC 2.0, also have to take a part of the blame for this. Imagine if you're a player and you're supposed to be playing for one of the richest clubs in UK, and you just had a window where we are having, again, a really awful season in as far as injuries are concerned, and your club only brings in 2 players, even though you clearly need more. So, especially in a World Cup year, why the hell would any of the players risk getting injured? You know, if you're a player and we're down to the bare bones, you'd probably think, well, look, I don't want to go and get injured. Well, look, we you know, what's his name? Odebear is now out for the rest of the season, probably out of the World Cup as well. And so, you know, it's like every game, players we're losing player after player. So the remaining players who are fit, are they really going to go out there and, you know, absolutely give their all, risking injury? And again, the board, it's not just Thomas Frank. The board are also responsible for the situation that we're in. They haven't shown their ambition.
Yeah. I said exactly the same earlier, Audrey. I don't think this is all on Thomas Frank. Certainly not. When we go through the amount of managers that we have done in this period of time, the transfer windows haven't been good enough. We haven't backed the managers well enough. And, you know, I could go back to 2019 of us moving in the stadium, you know, Pochettino saying that, you know, we've got this wonderful mansion, you know, that famous quote, got the wonderful mansion, we need the furniture to put in it. And every single time that we have offloaded a player or sold a player of real quality, you know, the player that we've then brought in has been of less quality, with respect. It's true. That is exactly what's happened, and it needs to be a lot better. Audrey, is that your doorbell, by the way?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Do you mind if I quickly answer in just 2 seconds?
No, that's fine. Right, we'll speak to you soon.
Cheers, Audrey.
Thanks.
Bye. thought it was an ice cream van going by in Istanbul.
Craig, I thought it was you. I thought it
I
was
know you muted me. I thought I was going, no, it's not me.
I thought Craig got another Chinese coming. Yeah, right. We'll go to Simo. Simo, how are you?
Better today.
Yeah, why's that?
Nice.
Well, I mean, it is a sad day whenever we're having to sack a manager, right? Because when you appoint the manager, you hope he's going to be successful.
Yeah.
You hope that we're going to have good times coming. But for months, I've been saying he's not the right man. And it just felt like watching a wounded animal suffer. It was just horrible for him, horrible for us.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another quote here. Sorry, to Jay Harris again from The Athletic. Many of the Spurs players did not enjoy the limited nature of Frank's football. A source close to one senior first-team player said just before Frank's dismissal that he was ultimately a coach for a smaller team focused on compact defensive shape, long balls and counter-attacks. The player in question feeling that he was only able to perform at 10% of his potential because of Frank's restrictive tactics. That's shocking, isn't it?
They're all coming out now. But let's be honest, you could see it in the pitch, right? I mean, I think that's the worst football I've seen Tottenham play probably ever. I mean, Gross, maybe Christian Gross is a comparison. But, it was just absolutely shocking. And we all know the squad is much better than 16th.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that the players are coming out and saying this. I never bought the players were playing for Thomas Frank. I've never seen Tottenham players walk off the pitch blanking the manager in the way Spence and Van der Ven did. And let's be honest, they're still relatively young players. But if they feel that they can just blank the manager and seemingly get away with it, it just tells you everything about Frank's authority or lack of, and his inability to manage a team like Tottenham.
I think there's a bit more to that. I think that when you've lost 1-0 to Chelsea at home and the team have only had one shot on target, it's a really poor performance. I think if I was a player, I just want to get off that pitch as well. I wouldn't want to be told by the manager to go over and applaud the fans when the fans are extremely unhappy. But we could talk about that all day. Simo, what I think is really quite telling is the fact that every comment, and there are hundreds of comments coming in the comments now on YouTube, Facebook, and X, and even online today, I haven't seen anyone defending Thomas Frank, and it's normally very mixed. The opinions are always very mixed about whether a manager should go, whether a manager shouldn't go, and I think everyone is on the same page here, aren't they?
I think that's just a reflection of my earlier comment about it was like watching a wounded animal suffer. We were all suffering for far too long. You said it in your opening statement. Out of 13 home games, booze out of 9.
Yeah.
I mean, that just tells you all. You cannot possibly think that this is recoverable when you've got your home fans, the South Stand, singing "You're getting sacked in the morning" and singing for other managers. That's not something you can recover from. And I think I appreciate that the board didn't want to do a knee-jerk reaction. I think that we've all seen too much of that. We've seen some weird decisions. You said it again earlier, sacking Mourinho before a final, sacking Poch when they did, after not backing him and all this sort of stuff. We've seen managers go when we don't think that they should, and that's why you see a split opinion then. But I think we're all pretty unified in that this was not working. The football was just awful. I never felt that the players were really playing for him, and it went on too long.
Yeah.
How do you see this panning out, Simo? Do you think we're going to go for an interim? Is that what you want? Have you got a preference on a manager coming back, or coming in rather permanently now or in the summer? Or what's your preference?
He's trying to put a name in your mouth, isn't he? Saying, coming back.
I said back. That was a Freudian slip, I promise.
Be appointed, not anyone coming back.
So
got Pochettino on the brain.
I thought for once I'm going to do some prep. So I started writing stuff down about what do I want, who do I want. So even before Craig was going on. And by the way, Chris, look at you media personality all over the telly all day. Bloody hell, every time I turn the telly on, I'm looking at you.
Sorry about that.
Chris broke the news on Sky Sports this morning. Chris was part of the panel.
I was like, here he is again. He's going to be on the celebrity. Get me out of here next, isn't he?
I was meant to go on there and saying this can't continue. This can't continue. And then there it was. The news.
Well, I'm a celebrity. It'll be me on the other side of the bridge when he gets booted out.
That'd be first week, yeah.
With a big hug, yeah. I've got some Weetabix for you or a burger, yeah. So, yeah, I had a little think about it earlier, and I kind of something you said actually a few weeks ago when we had this debate is actually a team of people to come in. And actually, I echo what Craig was saying earlier. So I don't need Craig to tell me who I want. I just happen to agree with him. Yeah, I think Harry is a no-brainer for me. But let's get Ryan back in the coaching team. Crouchy on Twitter was saying, "Yeah, I'm up for it." Defoe, because if you think about it, in that team now, in that training team now, who there gets Tottenham? No one. None of them know the club, and that has been part of the problem. He brought in his mid-team coaching team from Brentford, and that he's either worked with straight from Brentford or used to work with previously at Brentford, and that's why we've got the problems that we've got. I think the majority of them, all of them, I don't know. I don't think I'm qualified to say. I haven't seen them working or what have you, but I think that the majority of them need to go, and I think you need to get a Tottenham coaching team under Harry. Harry, I think you were saying earlier, Craig, but he would put a smile on your face. The other thing is he won't take any bull. If I think there is a feeling that we know Romero's heart is in the right place, but there is a bit of a feeling that maybe he's getting beyond himself a little bit. And maybe he ought to wind his neck in a bit and stay on the pitch and not do stupid things like getting sent off for 4 games. Harry wouldn't put up with that. Harry wouldn't put up with players walking past him. You know, oh God, I'd love to be a fly in the wall in the dressing room. But I think, you know, the thing that Harry could do, without a shadow of doubt, is something you said earlier, Chris, which is get confidence back in the team. They need to understand how good they really are, because they are good players. Are they the players of, you know, 16-17 season? Probably not. But do we have some good quality players? Yes, we do.
Yeah, I also said as well that people will always put themselves forward when a manager has actually gone from the football club. And we have seen today, Tim Sherwood on Sky, he's pretty much said that he would do it until the end of the season.
No, thanks.
Harry Redknapp has said exactly the same
100%.
thing. Simo, last question for you. I know you absolutely, well, I think you like them. I don't know if hate is the right word. How many points are we going to be getting out of a possible 36 in our remaining 12 games? And we have got 6 at home, 6 away. The home games are Arsenal, Crystal Palace, Forest, Brighton, Leeds and Everton. And the away games are Fulham, Liverpool, Sunderland, Wolves, Aston Villa and Chelsea.
So I was listening to another pod with Danny Kelly on it yesterday, and they reckon that you could well need 42 points to be safe.
Yep.
14 is your answer then.
Yep.
So, you know, you've got to get your 14 points. This has been the season from hell. I think that reset in the summer, as you said earlier, Craig, I sound like the bloody Craig fan club, don't I?
You do.
It's all right. Crack on. Don't worry.
Craig, you're talking crap, mate. But no, I'm sure back channels to Poch to say, look, don't come in the summer fresh. You know, have a think now. What players you want, what positions you want to improve. Get thinking about that now and start feeding that back so we can lay the groundwork down.
Just a very quick yes or no. Is Poch the answer in the summer for you?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you. We'll talk to you very soon.
See you later, buddy.
Cheers, Simo.
Talking crap, Craig.
Thanks, mate.
Craig, you got a number of fans, you do.
I know. It's worrying, isn't it?
We're now going to go to Jamie. It always appears that we talk to Jamie when the managers get sacked. Jamie, how are you? We talked to you a lot, didn't we?
I love it, mate. I love hearing what all the other fans have got to say. We all come from it from different angles, but we all want the best.
What angle have you got today?
I think it had to happen, Chris. I was there last night, mate, and it was awful. When that first half, I think, was possibly worse than the Nuno, the 3-0 Man United. You know, when he took more off. So I just think it was inevitable, to be honest with you. Literally, I can't. The only thing I'm shocked at is how long it took. But then I was a bit worried when I heard he was 1,000% sure he was going to be there for the Arsenal game. I thought, there's no way.
Yeah, you should. I don't know whether you watched the podcast last night, but you should have seen Craig's face when I read that statement out.
I can imagine I'd be delighted, Craig, wouldn't you?
If I'd lived in a block of flats, I think I'd have thrown myself off the top of it, to be honest. The thing is, right, you saying, we've said many times, Jamie, you've been on here, we said he's not the right man. It appears, and again, is what we were saying to Simo, all these things will start coming out over the next few days and weeks, and we've heard a lot that's come out already. And apparently a lot of the players, or certainly a few of the players, got sick of him talking about Arsenal. And I know that was a running joke with a cup, and that, you know, there was pictures of him wearing Arsenal pajamas and sitting with an Arsenal cup indoors. Apparently they were shared around the players, the players' WhatsApp group and the staff at the club. I mean, it's just not. It just something wasn't right there for a start, was it?
It's embarrassing. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel a bit for him. He seemed like a generally decent bloke, but it doesn't always work, does it? I mean, if he come across a bit like a school teacher, a lot of students would have liked him as their teacher, because he probably wouldn't have told them off and they could get away with things at the back of the class. But at the end of the year, you probably get shit GCSE results, you know? It's just because you didn't listen to the manager.
But that's it, Jamie. I think a lot of the squad are getting away with a lot of things that you would, one of these teachers that just let things go, and the authority it just doesn't seem to be there. I think that's really obvious, actually.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But also with it, the players have got to take some accountability. They shouldn't be hiding behind it, in fact. But
Yeah.
I'm sick of these players just when they're not happy with this, they're not happy with that. They're very well paid. They've got the best job we'd all give our right arm for. And they throw a manager under the bus time and time again. I would have liked to see him grow a pair and strip the captaincy off for Romero after that the other day, because it wasn't just an isolated incident. I like Romero. I think he's one of our better players. But what he did there was stupid. He threw the team under the bus. He threw the manager under the bus. I'm sick of it, to be honest with you. There's always something, and I think that they should have given it a Van der Ven to the end of the season. I'd like to have seen him show a bit of authority, but he just didn't have it in him. He's too nice. The job was too big for him. I'm sorry, he just wasn't up to it. And it's a shame because I wanted him to do well.
Jamie, Janet writes here. Sorry, Craig. Janet writes here. Nice to see you all smiling again. That isn't on purpose, because do you feel like a little bit of weight has been lifted off the shoulders, even as a fan? Because do you now consider that we've got a better chance of getting points than we would have done keeping Thomas Frank? When I read out those 12 Premier League fixtures that we've got remaining.
Chris, I turned up at work this morning. There's a plasterer there. There's another chippy there. I'm talking to them and I said, we are going down. If this manager stays in the job, we are getting relegated on this manager, because I cannot see where another win's coming from. 2 hours later, he's sacked. I'm listening to it on TalkSport, and you're thinking, God, who's going, can we get out of this? How many wins can we get? It just, like you said, the weight has been lifted off our shoulders. It must be off his. He would have resigned if the payoff weren't so big, I think. But they're never going to turn down these contracts, are they? But I think across the relief is the word. I think, not rather than happy. Maybe not in Craig's case, but I think relief for most of us is that he's gone and we can start looking forward. But
so you started the day moaning about the manager and finished dancing around the radio, yeah?
Pretty much. Yeah, I know it's shocking.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I was thinking on Sky earlier, Chris, and like what you said was spot on. And who was it he was talking to? Not Michael Bridge, the other lady. I think he played for Arsenal, didn't he? And he said to him, I don't think Spurs fans have been impatient. And I agree. How many times are we going around in circle? We're paying top dollar and we're just not getting what we're doing our part, and we're not getting, value for money. And you see the empty seats last night. It was absolutely, I don't know what they said the attendance was, but I'm saying around 40 to 45,000. I might be exaggerating slightly. I don't know, but
they said it was 59.
There's no way, not as long as I've got
They might have sold that amount of seats, but they're not like bums on seats, is it? What I want to know, Jamie, I'm more curious. Was you doing any work today, or was you on piece rate, or what? Or was it a price job, or what? Because it sounds like you've been
watching me on Sky. What are you doing all day?
Pissing about watching the television.
I was on a day rate, mate, not a price.
Oh, day rate. Couple of doors done, that's it. A couple of inches. Yeah.
They've got the appearance money, but the main thing is we get the manager sorted.
Yeah.
Well, coming on to that, who do you want?
I think the way to go, I agree with you, Craig, actually, is I do think an interim manager until it's no secret. Poch is I am a bit worried if it doesn't work out with Poch, because he's like, I look at it as my gaffer, the one that I've liked the most since I supported Spurs. And if it didn't work, but he would be my choice. Who you get in as an interim until the World Cup's over? So ideally, I said last time, I'd like Robbie Keane, but I don't think he's going to take it just for a short-term role. So do you look for something? I don't know what Jurgen's up to these days. He'd give the fans a boost. Where is he? Is he based in California? So I don't know where he is.
He's doing Trivago adverts, isn't he? That's all he's doing at the moment, I think.
Yeah, it's got to be someone who can pick this fan base up. I'm sorry, Ryan Mason's a nice bloke and all that, but it's not him. Johnny Heitinga, whatever, apparently he made a right hash of the Ajax job. He might be an all right coach. No way do I want him taking it to the end of the year, because we're in a real relegation fight here. We need to steer away from that before we can start thinking anything else. And if we go down, I can't see us getting Poch anyway.
Do you know what, Jamie? I completely agree. If you want that unity amongst the fan base again, you have to go down the route of Pochettino. And when you've got so many people singing his name at the moment, I think that is the very obvious route for Tottenham to get that togetherness back amongst the fans. I know people I know a lot of people like Craig, where they are literally saying, no, all I want is Pochettino, and they're not looking at anyone else. But it's all about making those right decisions, because I think it's half of it, isn't it? Sacking Thomas Frank is only half of the decision. The other half now is a big decision on who do you appoint. I just hope whatever happens, whether they do bring in an interim manager or a collective, 2 or 3 coaches, whatever they do, these next 12 games in the Premier League are absolutely vital. The Champions League games as well. We've got to stay in the Premier League for starters. If we somehow went on a unbelievable run, somehow we could get European football. I know I was laughed at today, but it is mathematically possible. It is possible. When you see what Manchester United have done in that short period of time under Carrick, that is absolutely possible. But it has to be everyone, and I'm going to use a Thomas Frank word here, everyone has to be aligned at the club to move in the right direction.
But Chris, the other one, I've heard a lot of De Zerbi mentioned today.
Yeah,
he's a good manager, and I thought he was good at Brighton. But he'd be Conte 2.0. I'm telling
That's
you,
right.
it's just that character. It'd be good short term, but you know how that's going to end 18 months down the line when things aren't going well. Because this board, by the way, are an absolute disgrace as well. I'm sick of them. I don't listen to the Lange interviews. I don't listen to the Vinay thing. It's all a load of old tosh. Until the owners change, it's just a different face. Levy was getting the flack. Now they'll take it, but they are just not. They're just crap, in my opinion. And they need to go. We're not going to where we want to be while they're holding us back. They just can't take us any further. Well, they don't want to take us further, whatever way they look at it. But
yeah. Nicky says, don't ever mention that word again, aligned. I must say, whenever I hear that word aligned, I do think of Thomas Frank. We won't mention that again ever on this podcast.
Or chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
Or chicken sandwich, yeah. Absolutely. Jamie, thanks as always. We'll talk to you soon.
Cheers, lads.
Take care.
Craig, what makes you so confident that if Pochettino walks through the door in the summer, that everything will be different? Because I keep saying that same point, that if I was Poch, I'd be asking 1,001 questions. You'd be saying, ever since I left in 2019, you've gone through all these different managers. Why hasn't it worked? Ange Postecoglou won you a trophy. You didn't win a trophy for 17 years. You didn't win a European trophy for 41 years. What's going to be different? Those answers, what are those answers looking like from the board of Tottenham Hotspur when any manager, whether it's Pochettino or any other manager, what are those answers looking like? Because they keep saying about how ambitious they're going to be in the summer. They have to deliver. Whoever comes in, whoever thinks about taking that job as a permanent appointment, they have to deliver for them.
They absolutely do. And, they said, even last week that, Johan Langer said that focus is on the summer window. I'm paraphrasing, but, we're going to go big in the summer, basically, is what they were saying. What makes me think Pochettino will, I don't, look, I'm under no illusions that he's not just going to walk in, snap his fingers and everything's going to be perfect, because it's not. It's going to take time. I just think Poch is every part of me, every part of my body says that Pochettino makes sense. It hasn't felt right that he comes back at all the other certain times we've been calling for him to come back. It just seems like the stars are aligning now. And for me, Pochettino gets the club. He said more good stuff and encouraging stuff about the club in 5 minutes of a podcast than Thomas Frank did in 8 months. He's just the right fit. I can't describe it any other way than that. I know everybody doesn't want him out there. That's absolutely fine, and that's great because we've all got our own opinions. I just think the one man in the world that could come back in, and the fans will give him a bit of time because it will take time to get right. Pochettino is the man for the job, and it just seems to be the right time for him to come back. I think it's more or less now or never almost, because everything is, and I'm going to use the word now, aligned. Everything is.
We're not using that anymore.
All right, let's think of a different word. Everything is coming together at the right time. So for me, yes, of course, Pochettino is my number one target, but there are going to be other managers out there. I just, Steve said the word is now banned from this channel, aligned. Nobody's ever allowed to use it again. So I'll bear that in mind. Yeah, for me, Pochettino's got to be the one.
Just before we go to Steve in Czech Republic, let me quickly ask you about this, the Overlap podcast. Ange Postecoglou.
Yeah.
What timing is that? Ange Postecoglou, doing this podcast just minutes after Thomas Frank was given the sack. Unbelievable. This is going to be sensational viewing. What's he going to say about Tottenham?
It is crazy. And I'll tell you what, the trailer for that is so good. It's only about 30 seconds long, but he was supposed to be, I got the impression he was supposed to be recording the episode for next week's, but this is broken. And one of the showrunners came on and told Gary Neville and the other guys that Frank's been sacked. And then, so they decide to sort of like get Ange on, and then if you've not seen it, go and watch it. There's a picture of Ange's feet walking down the corridor, and then he comes in and Ange says, "What timing, eh?" So I think it's going to be absolutely dynamite. I think it's going to be what time. Everything's kind of worked out today. It's really, really weird. It's been one of those days where, you being on Sky Sports announcing that Frank's been sacked, Ange being on the overlap at exact time Ange has been sacked. There's just been so much. And then Pochettino with that, the podcast a couple of days ago. It's been really weird the way things have happened. And it's good. But that podcast, that is going to be absolute dynamite, I think, tomorrow when that comes out on the overlap. I'm really looking forward to giving that.
Do you know what, Craig? I've noticed a different energy about you on this show today.
Honestly, Chris, we speak a lot of the time, don't we? We speak a lot, and I felt so down since around November time, since I had it in my head that I just couldn't shake that feeling that Thomas Frank wasn't the right man for this club. And like I say, when that news broke today, and it's horrible to say because somebody's lost their job, but hey, don't feel too sorry for him. He's getting millions and millions of pounds in his bank soon because he's been paid off for being crap. So don't feel too sorry for him. But it's just like the weight of the world was lifted. That's the only way I can do. And he's like, yes. I was like, I couldn't quite believe Michael Bridge was saying it. Thomas Frank has been sacked as head coach of Tottenham Hotspur. And I was like, did Bridgie actually say that? And he did. And it's so sad, and it was incredible to hear those words. It's something that I wanted for a couple of months, and to finally hear it and to see the club have actually listened to the fan base. It was good.
Yeah. Let me just say though, although people seem very pleased about Thomas Frank losing his job, I certainly always want a manager to do well at Tottenham, and I would never ever hope or wish that we lose games. So a manager gets fired. I would love to have seen him turn it around, and I would love to have seen him prove people wrong, particularly like Ange Postecoglou did winning the Europa League. But I just think that it was never, ever going to work. It was just a wrong fit. So, we wish Thomas Frank all of the very best for the future. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him at Crystal Palace next year when Glasner goes. Watch this space. Now we're going to go to Steve. Steve, how are you?
Very well. Absolutely over the moon since this morning's news. So, yeah, really, really happy. And, great show so far, listening to all the input. Agree with quite a lot of it. So,
what don't you agree with?
I agree with most of it. I don't not agree with anything. All the different guys, the last guy and the Audrey in the beginning. It's all because I think generally most of us, when I talk to the fan base, that we're seeing the writing on the wall, like Craig was alluding to in October.
Yeah.
I was saying to you as well that Frank's like a school teacher, like someone used that analogy. Well, I used it on one of your podcasts, if you probably remember, and a few people have, because that's what he was initially, wasn't it, a school teacher? And he'd lost the respect. Did he have the dressing room and so we've just been going on and on about it. Really, I was really happy. I couldn't believe it. I phoned me mate in Prague because he was working, and then he just went, "Oh, fantastic!" He's sending all these rockets everywhere on his.
Sorry, Steve. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Tom's comment on screen there because
Okay.
I've just got this picture of Del Boy and Rodney.
Yeah, for those listening on audio, Tom just said here, I was parked up in the car when the news came through. I celebrated like Del Boy and Rodney. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah. Fantastic. No, and I'm in agreement with Poch. As the manager to come in eventually after he's finished with the World Cup, obviously, and get an interim. I don't think any like De Zerbi's going to come in short term, as people have said. He's not that kind of manager. So yeah, I think Redknapp's a good shout. With obviously he's going to have some kind of assistant. Who that's going to be, I don't know. So I wouldn't be disappointed or unhappy if it was Harry Redknapp at all.
Craig, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you about two managers named there on the Sky Bet list, Oliver Glasner and De Zerbi.
No.
Two managers I think are top managers in my opinion.
Don't use that word either.
However, top.
Yeah.
He's a top player.
All these Thomas Frank sayings. Top. These are top managers, but the way that both of them have conducted themselves in the media and publicly recently, I don't think a lot of clubs, including Spurs, will touch them.
No, I don't. I think, especially, look, they're both fiery characters, right? And Vinay would not like that. The little I know about Vinay Venkatesham, he'd need somebody that he can feel he can not sit down and have lunch with and eat chicken sandwiches, but you know what I mean. Glasner, fiery character. De Zerbi would set the place on fire within a couple of months. I think it would be a disaster. I think he's a great manager. Both of them are great managers, by the way. I don't think Glasner is actually as attacking as people think. I think he's a bit more pragmatic than people think. I personally wouldn't choose him as one of my top candidates. De Zerbi, love his football, but as I say, I think he would be a loose cannon. He'd be another Conte Mark II, probably worse. I mean, what do you think, Steve? What's your feelings?
No, exactly the same thing. We know what De Zerbi's like, and he can. He's a bit of a loose cannon. Eventually, he starts off okay, nice and quietly, and then he just, goes a bit off the rails or a bit bananas. And plus, he's not going to take a job for 12 games in the league and 2 games, or maybe more in Europe. No, I don't think he's going to take the job. So I'm just worried. About the ownership. If they thought that Frank ticked all the boxes, they did this interviewing, screening of different managers. What the hell were they looking for? It's a bit.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly what I'm saying, Steve. Don't anyone be celebrating or getting ahead of yourself, thinking that everything is great right now, because a major decision needs to be made in terms of who is going to take charge of Spurs for these remaining games. And we are still 5 points away from the relegation zone. So the players need to step up. The players certainly need to give absolutely everything and play for this new manager, whoever it is, whether it be a permanent or an interim. And then, of course, the summer is going to be absolutely huge for the football club as well, in terms of keeping hold of our top players, people like Mickey van der Ven and Romero, and then seeing what we're doing in transfer windows.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier on, we're all used to being in Europe in one tournament or another. But I'll be quite pleased if we don't make Europe at the end of this season, for the obvious reason, I think, and that is whoever comes in, and hopefully it's Poch, that he's going to have. I think he needs a season with no European football, and build that team. Take the transfers in the summer transfer market. See who we're left with players that we have at the moment, i.e. people like Van der Ven and Romero. Do they remain? Strengthen the squad and do well in the league that first season, because there's still the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup to look at, and then sort of go into Europe. You can't, it wasn't like that in the beginning either with him. He did really well in the league, Poch, but he had a lot of experience with Southampton. But you know what I mean? We can't run before we can walk with that. you know, you're just going to have to make that sacrifice of not being in Europe. I think that's, you know, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near it, to be honest, at the moment. But with the 12 fixtures, I've had a glance over them, but you never know. Also, you've got to take into account what the other 2 or 3 clubs around us have got.
Yeah.
But looking at ours, I mean, the only games I think we're definitely not going to get any points is against, what's the names, in a couple of weeks' time. Arsenal, Liverpool away, and Chelsea away. But we've got enough quality in the squad to get points from those other games. You know, you get Leeds, Villa, Everton at home, and so on. Palace, we're at home to Palace, home to Nottingham Forest. And the other teams haven't got completely easy run-ins either. So I think we'll stay up. I'm not saying I'm in no doubt. I'm obviously got a small doubt in the back of my mind we could go down, but I really, in my heart of hearts, I don't believe we'll go down. You know, I don't think it's going to be a complete slide, and the other teams are going to be playing out of their skins, like your West Hams and Forests and even Leeds. Although,
yeah,
but yeah, I didn't expect that yesterday from West Ham, and I didn't expect Leeds to draw with Chelsea away either. So you never know. But no, I'm hopeful. I think we'll stay up and finish, you know, somewhere, I don't know, like 10th, 12th at the most, and be happy. But I'm over the moon, and like people have said, there's a huge weight off my shoulders this morning, because every week here, because this is my like link to England, is Tottenham and like your programs and things like that. And in the end, I was thinking, oh my God, I'm not really looking forward to the weekend anymore. You know, the game as it is. You know, it used to be a highlight. Well, it still is a highlight. Hopefully we can get those feelings back and get all the fans on board and keep our fingers crossed that in the summer we do get Poch back.
It's a good point, Steve, because I actually said this to someone last night at the stadium, that it appears that the fans just aren't enjoying it at the moment. And when you have the manager, he doesn't look like he was enjoying it either. The board aren't enjoying it. No one was enjoying it. So hopefully in these remaining games, we can start enjoying it again. I know there's a fair few decisions to be made yet before we can, start feeling confident again. But we've got to live in hope. And like I said, hope that all of these players give absolutely everything and these decisions are the correct ones. Steve, last question for you. How are you feeling ahead of that North London derby? Because a lot of the time, in all the North London derbies that we've all watched, all of the viewers, all of the listeners, in all the North London derbies that we've all watched, they can be very, very different games. Form can go out the window.
Yeah, it can. I mean, until we just fired Frank, I was absolutely dreading it and thinking, well, that's 4-5-0. That's we're actually going to get smashed. But it's not a guarantee of a manager bounce. But I'm a little bit more confident. We might get something out of the game. I'd love us to win. Of course, I'm a Spurs fan, but if we could, play well, get a draw, I'll be absolutely over the moon on the current form.
Yeah.
With the squad as decimated as it is, let's be realistic. And Romero being out, So yeah, I'm not thinking not negatively, but realistically that we were going to get hammered. Fingers crossed. I'm not. Let's hope we get a manager bounce. Nothing's guaranteed, but I'm in a better sort of mood. Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Steve, thank you so much, and we will talk to you very
Thanks
soon.
for having me, guys, and great show as always. Yeah, keep it up. Saw you on the BBC
Thanks,
as well, Chris. You're getting about, boy.
Thank you. See you soon.
Well, see you later.
Right, we're now going to go to KK. KK, how are you?
Hi, chaps. How are you both doing today?
Well, Craig's a lot happier, isn't he?
I've been listening. Yeah, you're much happier than you have than before, Craig. So it's good to see that. It's good to see you're happier than you were before. So
it's the Frank effect, I think.
It's a Frank. Well, hopefully we can be frank about this conversation, pun intended. Right. Frank, okay, the sacking. I presume that's what you're going to ask Chris about.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
I didn't want to. Yeah. So I was surprised actually when you consider how, if we looked at various I guess, points of the season where Frank could have got sacked, whether it's after the Arsenal game, whether it was after the West Ham game. I thought the pattern that we saw before and what we have now, I thought that Frank will be given till the end of the season. But having thought about it in more detail, actually, it's not surprising, because when you look at where we are at the moment in the table, we are very, very close to the relegation zone. And I think I came on the show last week, Chris, and I spoke about how, just trying to just win. We don't care how we play, just win games, get those wins. This season is a bit of if we exclude the Champions League, the league's a bit of a write-off at this stage. So our focus is just to make sure we get those wins, no matter how we do it, get to a comfortable position in the league, and then reset the next season.
Who do you want in, KK? If you had the choice, do you think interim or just go straight for a permanent?
I'm in two minds, Craig. I mean, I would love Poch back, but I think Poch should come after the World Cup is over. So for next season. But for an interim, I think the first person we probably need is a magician to solve all these injuries and banish Vinay and Lange from the boardroom, because the decisions have just not been good enough, I mean, I would like Harry Redknapp, but he's at a stage in his life where I don't want him to suffer, if I'm honest. So I don't know about Harry. The only person, I don't know if it's a specific person, but I think the type of person that we need is someone who can get the respect, command the respect of the players. Someone like it's probably a name that won't be thrown about, and he probably will never take the job on an interim basis, but someone like a Carlo Ancelotti, that sort of figure, someone who can command the respect of the. Well, I mean, if you think about it, if you were a player and you saw Carlo Ancelotti and the achievements that he's had at AC Milan and Real Madrid, he would command the respect of the players. I'm not saying he will, but that's someone of that mold of manager who can come in and take the hold of the situation and really galvanize the team and just get to a point of the season where we are in a comfortable position. So someone like a Carlo Ancelotti sort of figure. I think
we got more chance of getting Cole Pilkington than Carlo Ancelotti, to be honest with you. But would you? So a couple of people have mentioned a good shout. Glenn Hoddle. Would you be happy if it was Glenn Hoddle? He'd said he'd do it in the past.
I like Glenn. I mean, he was a wonderful player for Spurs, and he's very tactically astute. When you see him on TNT Sports, and he knows his stuff about football. The only thing is, from a health perspective, didn't he have a cardiac arrest a couple of years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I wouldn't put him through it, Craig.
No, that's very true, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I remember seeing not an ad, but it was a video of, I think, the guy that actually did a CPR on him, and I thought, I do not want him to go. I mean, being a fan, is stressful enough, but imagine managing Spurs with after just suffering a cardiac arrest. Probably not the right fit. I don't think. I like him. I mean, he would be great, but you've got to think about someone's health first and foremost. So probably not.
KK, last question for you.
Yeah.
Wilson Odebear. It looks like he's now out for the rest of the season, and he's just about to have surgery. Another big injury for Tottenham. Our injury record this last couple of years, particularly under Ange Postecoglou, now Thomas Frank, and now the next manager who's going to come in. This has been atrocious, hasn't it, these last few years?
It has, and I don't know what the issues, the main issues could be. I mean, is it the training? Is it the facilities? Is it the amount of games that are being played? Is it even the type of grass that the players are training on? It could be the traveling. It could be anything that could be causing this issue. I actually was on I think I watched one of the I think actually it was one of your post-match shows, Chris, with you, Ricky, and who was it? It was after the not Newcastle game. It was the game before
Man United. Man United game.
Man United.
Yeah.
And I think Ricky asked someone in your about the because we change managers so often and because of the type of trainings that cause that lack of consistency will cause injuries.
Yeah.
And I thought about it. That would make sense because I think consistency is key. Yeah. And because everyone's body is different, I guess you have to make sure that you not only keep that training consistent, but also tailor it to specific players so you get the optimum amount of performance from them without pushing them too far.
Yeah.
Having said that, though, I don't know if you look at the technology of the training and facilities and everything that comes with it with the modern game, and yet we have more injuries now than we had when maybe 20 years ago when the technology wasn't as good or the diets weren't as good. Do you think that's a factor as well, or do you just think that maybe something has changed in the last sort of that time that could have caused more injuries now than maybe 15, 20 years ago? I just don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've had a lot of former players on here, and whenever we've talked about injuries, Darren Anderton, when he came on, he actually used the word shambolic with our medical departments then, back in the 90s, and the amount of injuries that we have now in these last few years, a lot of work needs to be done at the club yet again. It's not just about the manager, like I said earlier. You could talk about the board, you could talk about the players, you could talk about the medical department, you could talk about lots of areas at the club. Although there has been a lot of change at the football club, I still believe a lot of change, positive change, still needs to be made at Tottenham. So, watch this space. A lot of work is to be done, like Vinay said. In that short statement that he put out, and the summer, I believe, is going to be absolutely huge. KK, just before you go, give us a score prediction for the Arsenal game.
Okay, I'm going to be delusional here. I'm going to say 4-1 to us. Vicario scores his first goal.
Come on, Craig, give us a smile, Craig.
I'm just in shock, a nice shock. I just wonder what you've been smoking, KK, to be honest.
Thankfully, nothing. Vicario to score his first goal, Morani to score his first goal, a Gabriel own goal, and I don't know. Trying to think, Gallagher scores his first goal, and then Arteta gets sent off. So that's probably what's going to be. I think 4-1.
Romero comes off the bench and 2 foots Arteta. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
Oh, that would be worth the torture that we've had this season, Craig. Just Romero just 2-footing Lego man. Oh, that'd be such a great image, and that'd be brilliant. But anyway, yeah, 4-1 to us, Chris.
KK, great to talk to you again. We'll speak to you soon.
Yes, take care. Have a nice evening, chaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to go all the way to the mountains in Argentina. Melvin is joining us from his honeymoon. Melvin, how are you?
I'm well. I just did a 20-kilometer hike and complained about Frank the whole way. Literally, I think my wife was going to kill me at one point. She said, "Stop talking about this guy. He's gone." But yeah, like all of you, I woke up to the good news. I was sick of him in the end. You know me, Chris. I always have a connection with the managers, and I just never felt it with Frank. Not even sad that he's gone. Quite happy. It was the right decision in the end. But he left us in a real, proper, bad situation. I mean, we're looking at the table. I was telling my wife today, we're in a battle with West Ham. It's shocking.
Hold on, Melvin, I just want to know, you've gone on this hike with the wife during the honeymoon in Argentina up in the mountains, and then you've said Chris has sent me the link. I've got to join Chris and Craig on this show. What has she said?
I got your email and I said, oh, I need to go on. I think it'll be funny to come on from such a remote location. I'm literally staring at quite a famous mountain called Fitzroy. But yeah.
Can you turn the camera around?
You know,
turning around, Melv.
Yeah.
Turn the camera around.
Yeah, it's only there.
Wow.
It's up there.
Lovely.
Very nice. Very nice. Now, what a thing to wake up to, though, Melvin, because like you're obviously 5-6 hours behind us. So you would have woken up presumably a couple of hours after the news broke. How did you feel when you heard that news? Were you jumping around? No,
Actually,
not.
yeah, I wasn't jumping around, but I was quite happy when it happened. It was like the feeling of when we actually sign a player. It was strange because you're never really happy when you sack a manager. But I got the feeling of when Romano says here we go about signing a player. It was like finally he's gone. It's happened. The club actually, had the guts to do it. I feel that it should have happened ages ago. I thought, I don't know, maybe if they stuck with him, they thought maybe he would come good, but it just, I don't know. For me, it was an appointment that never should have happened, and I think the club wanted stability, but he didn't give them stability. He gave them quite the opposite, and it just shows that we didn't fix any of the problems. We just tried to plaster over them and pass it on to the next guy.
Melvin, more importantly, is Manuela happy that Thomas Frank is now gone, so you don't need to keep moaning about him?
Yeah, she actually said to me, well, my wife loves football, right? So we talk about it quite a lot. And she obviously supports AC Milan, who are second in the league. So she's quite happy. And she said, you've never really hated someone. And I don't, and this, I think the first season where I really started swearing during the games and yelling and being really pissed off, where as seasons before I was more calm. Even when we lost, I was still calm. But this season, the manager that just did things that really pissed me off during the games, and even how he spoke, just with tactics, players. He like, even today, I'm still angry that we've sold Johnson, because we could have used Johnson. Why would he sell him in January? Sell him in the summer if he really didn't want him, because now Odebear's injured, which is a really, really massive shame. Kulusevski's nowhere near coming back.
Yeah.
Why would he sell Johnson? This guy, I mean, he's fucking clueless, this guy. I'm happy he's gone. Honestly, this made my day. It's like, and I climbed up a beautiful mountain with a glacier, and this made my day.
Are you, how do you feel that for the rest of your life, your honeymoon, you're going to remember Thomas Frank getting the sack?
It's like that. Everybody says they remember where they were when Elvis died, and everybody's going to remember what they're doing when Frank got the sack. Melvin was up a mountain.
I'll tell you guys a small story. I was coming down a mountain and I didn't have reception, and you guys knew this because I was telling you in the chat. So the Man U game, I was up a mountain, and I knew the lineup going up, but I did this, I think, like 6-7 hour hike, and on the way down, there was a place where you can buy Wi-Fi. So I asked this American, I had to call it soccer. I said, can you look up the soccer score for Manchester United versus Tottenham? And he showed me the score. And I had to pretend I wasn't disappointed because I didn't want him to see that my team lost. So, and he said, is that good? And I said, yeah, okay. And I just quickly walked away. But this is the kind of things that Spurs do to you. But yeah, I'm happy he's gone. He leaves us in a bad situation, but we'll see what Spurs can come up with, what the owners will do. But I have no faith. This is the problem. I have no faith in my club and the people that run it. This is the problem, that we keep passing on the problem to the next person and not properly dealing with it. I mean,
yeah.
I have no faith in them. This is the problem, and it's like, okay, Frank is gone. He was working hard to fix the problems, but he was part of the problem, sadly. And now, what's the solution? Is the solution?
That is a good point, Melvin, where, as you just said, the problem, a lot of it does get passed to the next manager. But I think that it's fair to say that it wasn't ever going to work from a footballing point of view under Thomas Frank with the type of tactics, the tactical setup and the style of football. Melvin, lastly, before we let you go, Neil says here, Melvin and the wife, are they aligned when it comes to Spurs?
Yeah, luckily, listen, we're both hard-headed people, me and my wife. We're both Leos. Chris, I think you're a Leo as well. So you know what I mean when I say that. So we don't compete in the same league. When Spurs played AC Milan 2000, I think 23 or 22, I mean, they beat us and knocked us out in the competition, but we weren't angry at each other. It was quiet. A couple hours we were quiet, but we're quite aligned in football. I think internationally we get quite competitive because I support England and she supports Italy, who they beat us in the Euros. But other than that, we don't have any issues football wise. We're quite similar, quite aligned.
Yeah. Right, Melvin, enjoy the rest of your honeymoon. There's lots of comments about you and your honeymoon here. I can't read some of them out, but you'll probably go back and have a look. But yeah, enjoy the rest, and we'll speak to you soon.
All the
Cheers,
best,
Melvin.
See you.
Cheers. Right, we're now going to go to Rob, who has been waiting very patiently. Rob, hello, how are you?
Doing fine. Hi, Chris. Hi, Craig. How are you guys doing?
We're
Hi,
very
Rob.
well, thank you, Rob. And you can see that Craig's smiling a lot more than he has done all season. Rob, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan, and what have you made of the news today?
I'm excited that I don't think we're going down now, because I honestly do think we were going down if we didn't get rid of Frank. I came on here, Chris, like the second game of the year, I think, and I was so optimistic, and I thought it was so wonderful, and I was making predictions. We're going to do great, and then it's just gone all downhill from there. So it's just been so utterly painful. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing to me. It's just so painful to watch them play, occasionally put it in a good half. And I'm not letting the players off because they still have to put in the effort, but it just seems like they always seem confused for a half, and then they maybe get something together. Maybe they're deciding to go on their own, or they're just getting it. It's just been so hard the whole year. It's just been really hard. My other obsession is Frisbee golf, disc golf, and I'll go out and play that over watching the Spurs games sometimes, because it's just much more enjoyable than watching the stuff. It's just so hard. I've been getting up at 4:30 when I'm on the West Coast to watch games and things like that, and it's not fun. Not fun at all. My son's a Southampton fan, and he feels sorry for me. So
That's when you know.
Yeah, I was telling him yesterday, he goes, "You guys are getting crushed," and they come back and win 4-3, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, Dad." It's like he still likes Spurs, but he did that because, unfortunately, my brother's an Arsenal fan, so he wanted to be somewhere in the middle when he was younger. But he's grown up and learned that it's not good to be liking Arsenal at all. So.
So when did you kind of begin to doubt Thomas Frank, Rob?
Probably November. I just started wanting the football was just becoming so hard to watch. Some of the things he was doing just didn't make sense to me. I know that certain players weren't there, but to me he overplayed players because he was afraid to try other ones, or at least to give someone a break, right? I mean, sometimes you just have to say, this guy's played 5-6 games, we need to give him a break and just play someone else and take the chance, because half the time they don't play well after they played all that, and then they get injured, So in December was definitely, I was like, we need to let him go. And it's just been so painful for the last 2 months, knowing that if we would let him go and got someone in, even on interim, we might be near a European spot right now, right? It doesn't mean I'm not thinking we'd be, top 4, but I think we wouldn't be where we are.
Rob, who have you enjoyed watching in terms of players this season?
Well, I mean, it's easy to say Van de Ven has been great. I do love Jed Spence. I think that he's been a revelation, though. I personally would rather see unfortunately, O'Doggy keeps getting hurt, but my pairing would be O'Doggy on the left and Spence on the right. I don't dislike Porro. I just think defensively he's a liability. I do like Simmons. I do like how he's finally come in. He gives me some excitement. And, so the hard part is there's only been a few players, it seems like, that have played the whole most of the season that you can say I've liked watching. So many go out and it's like the next one comes in. I do think the Brendan Johnson sale was mind-boggling to me. Before you bring anybody in, you get rid of them, and then we get an injury, and now you're short 2 players. So I don't know if that was Frank, the board. It just seemed all stupid to me. I don't understand. I don't understand anything they're doing right now. And I've even had arguments with people, and they're like, well, tell us what they should do. It's like, I'm not paid to tell them what to do. I'm a fan, and I just know that I don't like what I see on the pitch. I don't like it at all. I've been watching them for in the States for 20 plus years. And my first game when I went home to see family in England was in 1982. We played Brighton over Christmas, I believe. And I was at that game at the old White Hart Lane. So, it's been definitely a team I love.
Rob, with you being in the States, I'm going to get in there before Craig does, actually, because I know what Craig's going to ask you. Craig's going to ask you about Pochettino. How do people feel about Pochettino in the US there? How is the Pochettino situation? Do you expect that Poch will come home to Tottenham in the summer, and would you like to see that?
I think if we do an interim and there's a position open at the end of the year after the World Cup, he'll come if we want him and if it's there. Part of me really wants him because I do think when they fired him, it was ridiculous. He did so much with so little, and if they would have just kept backing him, I think, who knows where we would have gone. And I'll be honest with you, I was one of the people when they let go of Ange, I was upset because I thought this guy won us a cup. Just give him a chance. He told us straight out that he sacrificed the league to win the cup. We weren't going to get relegated last year. It's not like now we're sacrificing the league to get dropped. So yeah, I think he'll come back if we offer him the job. I think he really wants to. And as far as here, I think people have really warmed up to him. I think they're seeing the progression in the U.S. men's national team. Mm-hmm. They could shock. I don't think they're going to win it or anything like that, but they could shock and go further than people think they're going to go. There's a good set of young players in the U.S., but I do agree with him that the fundamentals, because of how when they call it soccer out here, how it's formed is like have college teams, and the best players don't go to academies at 14 or 12 years old and that kind of stuff. That it's probably leaving us lacking a little bit.
Is there a big love for football in the USA? Is people, would you say, looking forward to this World Cup? People that wouldn't normally follow it?
I think it's kind of hit and miss because there's so much Latin influence here that they're not as, so many of them aren't as into the U.S. as we get Brazilian fans, Argentina fans, all these different fans. When the team was doing well back in the Dempsey days and all that, there was a pretty good movement here. But it's still, it feels like it's always on the cusp and it hasn't got there. The one nice thing about U.S. soccer, which you guys probably haven't heard, is that there's a league called the USL, which is kind of the understudy of the MLS or a competitor. They're going to start a new top tier league next year, and they're going to do relegation and promotion, where the MLS doesn't do that. And I think that if you were to do that, I think that soccer or football out here would start having a bigger following, because you're going to have a lot more fans who are used to that, who like it. I always make the analogy, when I was a Lakers fan, the Clippers were a horrible team, and they would have been relegated to 1, 2, 3 levels down if there was relegation in the NBA. And teams out here in the US, unfortunately, you can be as bad as you want and nothing happens to you. You just start the next season. But I loved it. You know, I used to watch the World Cup in, I think, '82. I watched the World Cup on a Spanish station, the whole thing, because it wasn't on the American stations. And so I would just be watching that, and I didn't care. Missed school and the whole 9 yards to watch the games.
Rob, last question for you. Are you surprised that only 2 players have come out and sent Thomas Frank messages?
If the rumors that are coming out now, no, because it doesn't sound like the players were backing him in the sense of what he was doing. I don't think that the players disliked him. There were people who, like, when Nuno was here, it seemed like the players truly disliked him. I think the players, Frank was too nice of a guy, and the players didn't respect where he was going. But I don't think they really hated him per se. They were just utterly frustrated with what we were being told to do. And it looked, by the confusion of how they played on the field, that's how it looked, you know, that they just weren't sure what he did. Part of me still does want Poch, though. I really do, but I just don't know what we're going to do for interim. I mean, I would take Alonso if he'd come right now, but I'm just dreaming, I believe.
If you want Poch, and I'll put this question to you as well, Craig, if you both want Poch in the summer, surely you'll be hoping that USA get knocked out in the World Cup very early on.
Yeah.
Well.
Come on, Rob. I've really put you on the spot there, haven't I?
Yeah, you have. I've always watched both teams. I was born in England, so I've always followed him back before the USA ever was in the World Cup, you know, in recent terms, obviously many 40, 50, 60 years ago. So I've always followed England and wanted, but I always want the USA to do good. I can't say I'd want that because I really do want the USA, but I don't think the USA is going to win the World Cup. I think England has a chance, but I think quarterfinals for USA would be a good result. So,
okay. Rob, thanks as always for joining us, and hopefully we will talk to you again very soon.
Take care.
Thank you.
Cheers, Rob.
Craig, let me put that question to you about USA. Would you like to see them knocked out quite early on to get Poch back as soon as possible?
Well, you know, with the greatest respect to the USA, and I know we got a lot of USA viewers, selfishly, yes. If that's the case, yeah, he'll have longer to work with our players. And, you know, it's just the way it is, unfortunately. I always like to see the host nation go far in the tournament, but on this occasion, I'm choosing club over country. So, yeah, if the USA get knocked out and Poch is in the frame, then, yeah, he can come back. I'm not actually sure when the group games finish. It's probably by the end of June, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah, and then we're in Sydney, Australia in July, end of July.
Yeah, a bit later, so that the timing would work, wouldn't it? So, yeah.
Right, we're now going to go to Mams. Mams, evening to you. How are you?
Not working. Oh, hello, Chris, can you hear me?
Yep. How are you? All right?
I am not bad. I had the microphone off just in case.
That's all right. How are you feeling about today's news?
Well, it was. I was happy. I had TalkSport on. I was just about to park a car up at work, and it come on, and my phone exploded. And to be honest with you, I wasn't Frank out until last night. I mean, God, it was shocking last night, wasn't it? It was really, really bad. Has it been that bad before? I mean, the first half was just absolutely shocking, wasn't it? You was there.
Yeah, we've seen some poor games this season. That was a bad one.
But I think now we need to concentrate on who's going to come in and save us, because we are in trouble. And thank God Frank isn't there for the Arsenal game, because I think they would absolutely demolish us, because they weren't playing for him last night. And a few people said to me, my stream was messing about last night especially the first half of the game. And everyone was telling me that Xavi was on the right and Gallagher was in the 10, and it just didn't work at all. Was that right?
Yeah.
Well, he's played a number of different formations and played a number of players in different positions, hasn't he? He's tried a lot of things this season.
Yeah. So did Xavi look interested? Was anything coming from the right in that first half? Because I really didn't watch. I watched about 5-10 minutes, and it just kept on cutting out. My Wi-Fi was playing up last night.
What did you think of Xavi last night, Craig? I actually thought that he was quite lively.
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say anybody was particularly good in their first half. I thought of all the players, he was putting himself around, but he has done over the last few weeks. He's one of the few players that actually looks like he's trying. I know that sounds bad to say. I've always think Van der Ven puts a shift in, and Romero when he's actually on the pitch. But Javi he's kind of been impressive the last few weeks. Of all our players, you could argue that he's the one that's really been trying to make things happen.
Yeah. In the 10, he's been playing.
Well, no, he was on the. Was he on the right or the left when he started? I think he was on the left when he started, and Odebear was on the right. But either way, he was on the wing, essentially, and he was kind of a bit isolated out there. I don't think that's his best slot, to be honest with you. So yeah.
Okay.
Mams, who's going to save us?
Anybody that's got experience of doing it. I think with it's that bad that we need someone who needs to come in and know what they're doing. I wouldn't go down. I'd definitely go with someone who's got Premier League experience. I wouldn't do anything new, nothing like that, because we're not in that situation. I'd even have Big Sam just to save us, because I really think
you would.
Don't look like.
Come on, that's got to be a joke.
What if he's guaranteed to save us? You wouldn't take Big Sam? I would. I don't want to go down.
You take Big Sam?
I would take him, definitely, because he will save us. He would save us. We are in dire straits, Chris. When was the last time we played well? We're like a half here, a half there. Obviously, the players they weren't playing for Frank, so maybe there is something there. But I think we've got to go back to basics and be hard to beat, because we don't look like scoring. There's no supply to the strikers, and we're letting goals in for fun.
I think it might tip the fan base over the edge if they hire Big Sam.
But if he saves us, then no one can say nothing. Then hopefully Poch comes in the summer.
Yeah, you're right in that you say the main priority now is survival.
100%.
But if we do go on a run, the higher we can get up that table. I'm not convinced Big Sam would be the one I would choose, but I get the sentiment.
He wouldn't be my first choice. No way. I'm just saying, but we need someone to come and who's got experience of a relegation fight, because that's what we're in. I hate to say it. I hate even thinking about it, because we need to win. What we need? 4 wins. Yeah, probably 4 or 5 wins. Where are they coming from?
Where are they coming from? Well, let me read these games out, and you tell me whether we're going to win these games or not. So we've got Arsenal at home. No. Fulham away.
Maybe.
Palace at home.
Maybe.
That's a must win.
That is a must. Well, last night was a must win, wasn't it?
Liverpool away.
No.
Forest at home.
Must win.
Yes, that have to win that.
So how many points are we up to, Mams? Are we up to 7 yet?
Was that 3 or 4?
3 or 4. Okay. Sunderland away.
Sunderland are great at home. Come on, they're playing Liverpool tonight.
Right, Brighton at home.
Possibly, yes.
What, a win?
Yes, a win.
Okay, so what are we up to now? 7 points.
Yeah.
Right, Wolves away.
Yes, and I'm going. I will be there for that. I haven't done Wolves, and someone promised me a ticket, so I will be there for that, and I'll keep an eye out for you, Chris.
So that's 10 points. So we've got Aston Villa away. No,
you really put me on the spot here. You're out of order.
Well, Leeds at home.
Yes, have to win. Have to win.
So that's 13 points, and then Chelsea away, Everton at home. So you've just said we're going to get 13 points, and we'll be fine without Big Sam.
Is that 13? So how much have we got now? 29.
29, yeah.
So 40. My maths is crap. 42 should be enough. Yes.
Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully.
Don't put the Big Sam on me, because that's out of order doing that to me. But we just need someone.
You said it. I just wanted to confirm.
I want Harry. I want Harry and Defoe. I think Harry and Defoe. But we need someone who's going to come in and make sure that we don't go down. We can't go down, Chris and Craig.
Mike Bassett.
We'll line you two up now to be with me.
Mike Bassett, I'm having.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know. I just hope they sort it out, and the interim. It has to be an interim, I think, until hopefully Poch comes back. That's what we all want, isn't it?
Should you go back? You're the first person I've asked on this show tonight. Should you go back to a manager where it didn't work before?
It didn't it didn't work because it didn't end well, or we wasn't playing good football, or we was in a couple of good title races.
It's exactly why I posed that question to you. You can interpret it, take that however you want.
Well, if he gets certain guarantees from the board, like they said,
Yep.
they're going to give him money so he can buy this expensive furniture for our wonderful mansion, then why not? But if they tell him that and they lie to him, like they've lied to us before, they said, oh, we're going to give you 150, 200 million, and then we end up signing 2 players for 30 million, then we're screwed again.
Do you know, Craig, let's bring you in here because I put out a quiz question the other day and said that Mauricio Pochettino managed Spurs for 5 full seasons. Of course, then he had that little bit of a season from August to November when he got the sack in 2019. But out of those 5 full seasons, the first season he finished 5th, guided Spurs into a Europa League spot. The following 4 seasons, he guided Spurs into the top 4 every single year.
And people won't go back for that.
Yeah, and we were so close, weren't we? We were so close to getting over the line.
Yeah.
The Leicester season, the Chelsea season, the Champions League final, of course. I think he got lucky to a degree with the squad that we had, but there's absolutely no doubt in that he improved players and he trusted players. And it's what you say to these players, the likes of a Harry Kane. Tim Sherwood was the one that, of course, started Harry Kane off at Tottenham, and Poch just carried on, really, didn't he? So there's no denying. And Dele Alli, and the team he built, look, basically nobody had heard of Toby Alderweireld really until Spurs signed him. Jan Vertonghen, I think Jan was there already when Poch arrived, I think. But, Kyle Walker, Danny Rose. You can go through that whole team and look at players that he improved. And I think that's the key. Frank hasn't improved any of our players. In fact, some of them have gone backwards. This tactical genius. How did that data-led approach go, by the way? Not very well at all. What's wrong with using these? What's wrong with using your eyes sometimes? And Poch does a bit of both. And it's balance. It's all about balance. And somebody like Poch comes in, and I just think it gives the whole place a boost apart from anything else. And people saying, oh, what's he won? What did he win at Spurs? What did he win at Chelsea? Look at the bigger picture. He's a decent manager, and he's probably the best manager we could actually attract at the moment, to be brutally honest. And he is a man, and I don't care what anybody says, Poch would take the Spurs job if we were relegated. I honestly, genuinely think that he would. I do. But we're not going to get relegated, so let's not worry about that.
I hope not.
Mams, if Big Sam is appointed next week, we'll blame you. And we'll bring you on again next week.
You're out of order. Don't email me no subjects at Big Sam now, right?
Mams, thank you for telling us that we're staying up. You've gone through all the games. You've given us enough points to stay up in the Premier League. So, it's been a good day. It's been a good night.
Been a good day, absolutely.
All right, boys. Take care of yourselves, yeah?
See you, mate.
Cheers, Mams. Speak to you soon.
Later.
Cheers.
Ta-da.
Right. We are now going to go to Singapore to talk to our good friend Dustin. And of course, Dustin always brings the stats. Dustin, how are you? And what do you make of this news about Thomas Frank being sacked?
So I never really called for his sacking, but privately, after the Fulham game, I already hadn't seen enough of him developing a variety in attacking play. So at the Fulham game, I was already going, if he doesn't show me anything, I'm not really bought in already. And as it developed, he kept going with crossing from the flanks, long balls, set pieces, and there were times where I saw bits of it, but then I was finding it very difficult to figure out whether it was the players going off script or whether it was him developing that as a pattern of play. As it was, it never developed into a pattern because I think I saw it only in the Frankfurt game and a bit of it in the City game, but never often enough to say that he's changing how he attacks. And I think he only did it after Kudus and Porro both got injured and Richarlison got injured, so you couldn't do the crossing from the right flank in anymore. So quite early on, I was already done, but I didn't feel like campaigning for it because, I want to give him a chance.
Yep.
So, not big Sam for you then, Dustin, as an interim, would you say? Who would you have as an interim?
Yeah, so I think you've probably come to the agreement that I have, that we need an interim, primarily because if you look at a long-term manager and you want a long-term manager that ticks all these boxes, like attacking patterns of play, possession-based football, access to protagonists, the kind of stuff we need to compete for the European spots, that isn't necessarily the skill set for a relegation scrap. So I think we actually do need two different managers. You're not going to get the right manager for the long term now that would necessarily also be a good manager for a relegation scrap. So you need an interim for the relegation battle. And I think it also needs to be a person that has coached in England or a person that understands the club, primarily for the reason that there's a disconnect between the players and the fans. There have been multiple occasions where players felt like they were being booed by the fans, there were disagreements. And I think there was an article we saw, right, where players had a meeting after a game talking about how the fans, how their connection with the fans felt like it was broken. So I think that for that reason, a person that understands the club is useful, because that person who has coached Spurs before or knows Spurs fans can go, you need to give them something to play for. And that means, that means working hard on the pitch. That means snapping into tackles. That means attacking football and not, two banks of four and defend this lead and to theirs to do. So I think that for that reason, an interim that understands the club. And I know that like one of the names that's come out is Redknapp, and he's been out of the game for a while and people talk about his previous records. But if you have 12 games and you need vibes and you don't necessarily, you're not looking at him for his long-term tactical overview. You're just looking at him to come in and get a job done. He needs a few points. He needs to get these players playing. And you might say, why would any of these players know who Redknapp is? Well, he can tell the players about having coached in the Champions League, Modric and Van der Vaart and, Pavlyuchenko and, going to Madrid and everything. So we still have a knockout stage of the Champions League to play for. So of all the interims we have available, who has actually coached Spurs in the Champions League before? So regardless of how you feel about him being out of management, we don't need very complex management right now. We need someone to get the players' morale off the floor and survive relegation, which we can do if we just get a few good performances in, and someone that can help us punch above our weight in the Champions League. And given how the Champions League has been this season, it's a very forgiving format, and we still might be able to at least get to the next stage of the knockouts.
Dustin, you've got some slides as always. We always like to see these. Which one do you want me to put on the screen first? You're on mute.
Don't know what's relevant right now, but let's go to browser, because I've got some stuff from the browser that, so let me just bring this up. This is kind of like, player absences. So we know that we had bad injury problems, but this kind of puts it into a graph where it shows the number of players we had out. So I think this goes back into, there are some players that are above the pay grade of the manager, and this has been basically how bad our squad building has been, such that we've had 3 seasons in a row where we've been decimated by injuries and the board has not signed the players that we need. And in terms of squad building, what we need is we actually need the best is we have 3 players per position. And by 3 players per position, I mean we have a primary first team player, a player that's maybe 3 or 4 years younger, that's the deputy, and then a youth team player that backs up that position. So what happens when we balance our squad properly is that we have the first team player plays most of the games, gets rotated or substituted off for rotation so that we don't get the injury crisis we have with the deputy that takes over. The deputy also pushes the first team player so that if his performances drop, there's someone that's younger that, can take your place. And then a youth team player that's learning from those two. Right now, our squad balance is completely short. We have we signed Conor Gallagher, and then we have basically 4 players that play a similar position to him, a similar profile. We have Tell and Audrey, who are ostensibly the same age and the same profile, playing, and then fighting for minutes. We don't have a clear first team and a deputy. And when you do that, basically you end up having, the quality between, let's say, Tell and Audrey is, I would say Audrey has been playing better, but because they're the same age profile, there's no clear first choice and they're fighting for minutes, and they're, neither of them is happy about losing. Whereas if you have a clear first team and a deputy, kind of knows his place, kind of knows he has to fight for that. So from a squad balance perspective, this is stuff that the director of football needs to fix. And I think we fired Frank, but what we need to fire is the system that hired him. We need to get a director of football system in so that we don't have these CEOs, business people making footballing decisions. We need a process that, and that's why the interim also buys us time. So we have an interim manager for Vibes, survive relegation, do well in the Champions League. And then while that happens, we get the director of football system in place so that we have footballing people with the knowledge that hires the next manager, not a CEO going, I stuck with Arteta, so I will stick with this guy until, we are like 5 points from relegation, and then I'll panic.
Next one, Dustin, do you want me to put which one? Frank or Data? Which one?
Wait, let me just switch to another one. Okay, so there's another, this is a post actually on Twitter. But it's a video, but an important thing that this guy brings up is for Brentford, it's made Brentford managers look good because Brentford have had essentially Uli Rosler, who got fired. They replaced him with someone with no experience, Mark Warburton. Then he left for a bigger club. They replaced him with Dean Smith, also no previous experience. Brentford, because they have a good system, they've actually always replaced their manager with someone with no experience, no managerial experience, and done better. So from a club perspective, I'm not talking about size of club, but I'm talking about when I talk about directed football and having those structures in place, it is one of those things that gets us so that we are not reliant on the manager. The manager raises our ceiling. But what happens is that we're not stuck with when the manager goes, the club is thrown into complete fucks. The whole club works and signs players and signs managers based on what the club needs, and that is a joined up process so that we don't have the catastrophic things like the injuries we've been dealing with, the fact that we don't register our full complement of players because we don't have enough like club trained homegrown quotas and everything. So a properly built squad has all of those quotas met, and also a pipeline of replacement players, whether from the youth team or whether we're scouting them from overseas. We're doing smart things like scouting players, loaning them out, but having that count towards homegrown quota. Lots of administrative things that can be done so that the club is in a better position. That doesn't necessarily have to do directly with signings, but even how we do signings and how we plan out loans and stuff like that.
Which one next, Dustin?
Let's do Frank next, the Frank slide. So I think I've done this in a longer video on our on the channel, but basically we already know what the next Spurs manager should look like in terms of play style, connection with the fans, what their personality should be, whether players will run through a brick wall for them, what they do in youth development, senior player development, and locker room environment. So in terms of interims, I don't think we have many options, but I think for the long-term manager, the fans want Pochettino, And I think that while I'm not sure how his style of football would do with this squad, and that he's been in international football for a while, which is kind of like it's kind of a hinterland, and the cutting edge of football management is the Premier League right now. So whether he will be able to adapt to the way the league is currently, because the style of and the meta of football in the league has changed maybe 2 or 3 times since he's last managed here 2 years ago. So whether he will be able to adapt to that is a different thing. And I think he also doesn't like to work with directors of football. So those are like the cons I have against Poch. But the important benefit that he has is he has credit in the bank. He comes in a position where he has a lot of power with the fan base, meaning that, you know, hopefully it means that the club hierarchy, if they get him in, they know that they have to sign players to support him, because if they don't, it'll be the second time and the fans will be livid. I think that's a big part of the reason they may not put him in place, because they're worried about not having the power and having a manager that's bigger and has more credit with the fans than they do. So that might be a reason that the hierarchy don't go for him. But if they do go for him, there's a chance that they will actually support him because of the time that they haven't done it in the past. In terms of other options that are available, there's a slightly left field option that some fans may not be au fait with because of the league or the team that he's currently managing. But if you looked at what Bora is doing and what Kim Helberg is doing, there are lots of ideas that he has that are very modern and that would be interesting in terms of how it solves a lot of the problems that the teams are doing now in terms of like man marking and it's a concept called relationalism in terms of space and how they play. There's Alonso, but if you get him, you've always looking to lose him to Liverpool. There's Nagelsmann, there's Xavi, there's De Zerbi, but De Zerbi brings pretty much the same friction you would have if you had Conte in. There's Edin Terzic, which not quite as attacking if you're worried about style of play. There's Robbie Keane, but is it too early? There's Glasner, but he doesn't really like possessing the ball. So really, from a style of play perspective, is that necessarily the right choice? There's Iriola, which is chaos ball and also not as strong a possession-based manager. So there are plenty of options. But I think the main thing is really get an interim in and get a director of football in to figure out who we are as a club, what's our identity. So I think the director of football for me is the big appointment. And then it's just trusting their process for choosing the manager.
And the other slide, do you want me to put that one up on the screen, Dustin?
Let me have a look at it to find a relevant one. Yeah, so I'm gonna go into the other one. You can put the other one up now. I'll just skip to the slide that's relevant. So I think, a lot of the frustration that we've had is what is Frank talking about in interviews when he says good performance and things like that. So I think, it's worth talking about how we feel gaslit by those interviews. And basically it's stuff like, we had a good performance, everything. And what I found when I analyzed all of his press conferences was that he was most honest when it was a good win or terrible loss, because when it's a good win, you can be honest and say all those things. If it's a terrible loss, it's very hard to lie. So he also gives all the information about how we played. But I think what was a bit selective was when there were performances that were kind of, we had slightly undeserved wins, but then he'll talk about, oh yes, we did quite well. But actually in the Leeds game, for example, the performance deserved a loss, but he talked about, oh yes, we had grit and all of those things. So I think that was a big part of the disconnect that we felt with him. And I think a lot of it was he felt that currying favor with the board would be what guaranteed his position. And that's why when they asked him, do you think you'll be here in 11 days? Yeah, 100%. I just had lunch with them yesterday. Well, it's not just about having lunch with your boss's mate.
Yep. Completely agree, Dustin. I'll tell you what, Dustin, all this work that you put together and bring us on these fan shows and the other episodes that you produce for us. Absolutely outstanding work. So thank you so much for all of your input.
All right.
Absolutely.
Good to be on board, and good to, I hope, start the next chapter, because I think that like now I feel that we actually have a chance to pick up some points and get us out of the relegation zone.
Yeah, hopefully.
Fingers crossed, eh? Thanks, Dustin.
Dustin, we'll speak to you soon. Thank you so much. Cheers.
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 Right. Let's now go to Alli in Scotland. Alli, how are you?
All good. Yourself, guys?
Yeah, all
Hello,
good.
mate.
Alli, what do you make of the
Happy.
news that Thomas Frank has been sacked?
It's coming, wasn't it? It was definitely coming. Yeah, I just don't think he's got it from day one, really. So, and it was interesting. Dustin brought up quite some good points there, and I would probably say that half the problem with Spurs is pretty opposite from Brentford, where they've made average managers look quality. I think Spurs have made quality managers look average because of the support they've given them. So I think it's unfair to say all those managers, I think they were supported by their club, and I think most clubs are the same. As for who to go for, I think you need to definitely bring in someone that knows the club, unites the fan base with the players and the club in general. Martin Neal's doing it at Celtic, obviously. I know it's a totally different scenario, but from a team that was losing 5 out of 7 games to a team that's unbeaten under him and 2 interim managers, because he took over from Brendan as well. I think you need to dumb down the let's play my style of football. I think players just want it basic. Let's just get out there and play. Might be a bit more direct in some instances, but direct doesn't mean lumping it up the park. You know, direct means getting the ball up to the striker as quick as you can. So I think there's a lot needs to be done. I think full-time managers, you're looking at probably Alonso would be a good shout, but I think I would argue with Poch. My thing with Poch was Poch had Harry Kane and Son, and you've got a striker just now, and your top goal scorer is Richarlison with 7 goals. It doesn't matter what manager you put in that position, to be honest, if that's the crux of how you're scoring your goals. And the next 2 are 2 defenders with 4 each. I don't see, if you just look at the stats alone, you can tell what the problem is. You know, and that a lot of that is probably down to Frank's play, but it's not the only thing, because if you're a good striker, if you had Harry Kane in your team just now, even at how badly you were playing, you'd still have scored a lot more goals by now. So another thing is that if you're playing the high press, you need to be leading games so that you can then put your players in and take subs off, so that you're not overstressing them with 90 minutes of football, because it's a lot of high pressure football, especially when you've got European football. You know, you look at a lot of clubs now, they struggle, especially clubs like, I watched a podcast the other day, not a podcast, but a YouTube thing the other day. Can't remember which player it was, but it was one of the Leicester players, and just how unused to they were to playing midweek Saturday kind of thing, or Sunday. I think that's a big thing when you've got European football. Had Spurs not had this year, they'd probably further up the league, because you can get time to coach your players and stuff like that. So I do think that it was silly getting rid of somebody who had money in the bank, like Ange anyway, and giving him a season. But they've got to back whoever they bring in, 100%. Or if they don't back him, you're just going to get the same results. Nobody's going to come in, and if you don't bring in the players, there's not much they can do with them unless they say, right, we're going to have to turn to the youth.
Yeah. Do you think that's similar? You mentioned there about Celtic, Alli, and obviously the manager whose name escapes me came in and they got rid of after only a handful of games, really. Now Martin O'Neill, obviously, at the club, that's a huge thing in football, isn't it? It's the fit of the managers of the club, and I'm not convinced. And you said there that he was never the right fit, Thomas Frank, was he?
Yeah, I think some people, especially if you come from Brentford or America, where we got Canada, he was actually. I think if you bring a manager in, they think that their processes and how they play football is what makes them successful. And they say, this is my style. Aaron came in at Man United with the same attitude. I'm not changing because this is what wins football games. Well, you might get that time at a club in Portugal or even in Scotland to a certain degree. And even the likes of Holland, all these countries will give you time if you're going in the right direction. But when you're playing in the big leagues, especially when you're at one of the big clubs, I think you're not going to get that time. And that pressure then, you saw it in every interview you had. He didn't know how to answer a lot of the questions with the correct answers. He was coming out with gobbledygook, and we got that as well. So I just think that his number was marked when you saw that the players weren't playing for him. And then if you look at contrast after the Europa League and how gutted the players and the messages that went out about Ange, you could tell how much they loved the man and loved playing for him. So why you would change that whole concept of your club when you were on a high, that's why, Celtic have won so many trophies over this whole last 20 years. And they're having boycotts now on the board because they've still got to be accountable. Yeah, people can call us spoiled what we want, but they're mismanaging the club. They're selling all the top players. And then you're getting into transfer windows and you're not buying anyone. It's madness. And Tottenham needs someone, like you say, a director of football that can come in. And I think Celtic fans hope that Martin O'Neill will be the director of football and bring some sanity to us. Harry Redknapp's probably your best choice just now because I think he'd bring in, galvanise the club because who doesn't love Harry?
Yeah. I've said for a long time, Alli, that I feel that whenever we've sold a top player or I've loaded a top player, we haven't replaced them. Son is one of those players that, most recently in the summer, Harry Kane, every single time. I know a lot of people will probably say, well, how can you replace Harry Kane? How can you upgrade Harry Kane? But, over the years, some of the players that you mentioned there, Craig, like Danny Rose and Kyle Walker and Moussa Dembele, and the list is endless. Every single time we've let a player go for whatever reason, every single time we've had a replacement in, it's been nowhere near as good as the player leaving, and that has been a problem. And it has been multiple transfer windows that has been a real issue. Alli, lastly, do you see Spurs being safe from relegation this season?
Yeah, you'll be all right. Yeah, I can't. I'd worry for Nottingham Forest. I think Burnley and Wolves aren't catching up. I think West Ham are probably going to get themselves out of trouble, so it's not them you're kind of looking at. They seem to be on a bit of they're fighting for it, whereas other teams don't necessarily seem to be. Palace are probably okay. I know they're winning at the moment, so that's going to put them 6 points ahead of you. I'm not saying that's too much to catch up. 2 games, easy enough to. I've not looked at their fixtures. I've looked at yours now. You've still got Burnley, Wolves. I can see if I went through that, I'd be expecting at least 13 to 18 points out of that.
Yeah.
That's just my view. Just somebody that brings in the club that's going to go. And when you talk about Harry Kane, what you're trying to buy is goals. It's when Celtic took out our players, similar to Tottenham. It's quite funny how parallel it is. They took out all the goal scorers, whether they're midfield. Brennan Johnson, he might not have been a favourite, but last season he did score quite a few goals.
Yeah.
And to take that out of your team and replace it with nothing, what do you expect?
Yeah.
They've not replaced any of the goals they've lost from Son, Harry Kane, any of them. And then you get injured players, Madders and all the rest of it, and they're not replaced any of their goals. And your net result is your top goal scorer 7, and Richarlison 2 seasons ago, you'd have probably got rid of in a heartbeat.
Alli, always great to talk to you. I know we thought that you were perhaps redundant when Ange Postecoglou left, but we always find ways to talk to you. So thank you so much for coming back.
Come up with something to say anyway. That's what I
Exactly.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Have a good
Alli.
evening. Speak to you soon. Cheers.
Bye, mate.
Right. We're now going to go to Tanaka. Hello, how are you?
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
Where are we talking to you from? Zimbabwe?
Yeah, I'm from Zimbabwe, yes.
How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan and the news about Thomas Frank going out the door?
I've got mixed feelings, to be honest, because I'm one of those fans who actually believes that Tottenham Hotspur, at this particular moment in time, structurally it's not yet ready to like have these big names as coaches, because we haven't had like a proper club culture as per se. And I feel like the Thomas Frank saga is sort of like really cemented on where the club is actually lacking in terms of a proper culture that we have to implement on the pitch.
Yeah, it's. Did you think it was ever going to work under Thomas Frank?
Yeah, I think it was going to work to a certain extent, because I think with Thomas Frank, he is a flexible manager, which means that there was like a variety on choices in terms of how he adapts to the game. I think I saw this interview when Van der Ven was having with I forgot when he was saying that when it comes to analyzing the game with Thomas Frank, it's more like the Italian style, where you look at your opponent and try to figure out how much can you go over and all those kinds of things. And I think that Thomas Frank, with that kind of a mindset, would have been able to make us be able to come up with better results.
Tanaka, what is it like supporting Spurs in Zimbabwe, and why are you a Spurs fan?
When I talk to my peers and my friends, they ask me like, why did you choose Spurs? And I'm like, what made me like Spurs was the idea of today's to do mantra. And during those days, I was doing the Poch era, when you see that the team would push over the limits and trying to make sure that they bring something in. We got into a UEFA final. We almost got the league and stuff like that. So that kind of resilience sort of like came to me, and I was like, I love this team, and I just started supporting it. And a lot of my friends actually find it weird, because one of my friends said, I support Manchester United because of the history. And I was like, yeah, support it because of the history, but I support Tottenham because of how they were playing during that Poch era. Of course, it has become a bit hazy now.
So you'd like Pochettino back?
Not precisely, because I think with Pochettino, we didn't win something significant. We did get to the big stages, I agree. We ended up being competitive. But I think post-Poch era, the club's mindset had to shift to winning something that is tangible. And I think Pochettino, no, I don't think that it would be a better fit for us, because even when he went to other clubs, when he went to Chelsea and all those kinds of things, I didn't really see like the kind of effect that he would do, especially when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur achieving the greatest like goal that we want to do, to become winners, to become competitive. And Poch now doesn't have that.
Who else would you have if it's not Pochettino, Tanaka?
I think the best manager that could come at this particular moment in time, before I mention any names, would be a manager who's willing to understand that at this moment in time, Tottenham is like a career grave. Like, you cannot come and be a manager of Tottenham Hotspur and expect to be successful or to have the job in the long term, right? But I think a better fit for our team right now would be, I think it would be to bring Ange back. That's what I think, because he was able to bring out a result with all these injuries and stuff like that and give us some sort of an identity. So bringing Ange back would be a better fit, or someone who's extremely radical with a similar play style like De Zerbi.
You would rather bring Ange back than Poch? Tanaka, is that right? You'd rather bring?
Yeah, I'd rather bring Ange back.
Yeah,
because with Ange, you see, he's aggressive. His training methods, of course, yes.
That's right. I think there was a time delay.
Oh yeah. Am I now audible?
That's all right. Tanaka, last question for you. So we've got 12 Premier League games left. How do you think Spurs will get on in these next 12 matches?
12 matches, 12 times 3, that's 6. That's 36 points. I think of those points, would get somewhere around the 20, 21, 22 points. Yeah, that's what I think.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to talk to you again very soon.
Okay, cheers.
Thank you so much. Right, we're now going to go to Charlie. We do have a couple of guests left. Charlie, you've got about 3 minutes. Charlie, tell me how you feel about everything right now.
3 minutes. Well, I've got a hell of a lot to say in 3 minutes. I'll tell you that.
Go for it. Go.
My thing around quickly because I think it's a bit out. Yeah, there we go. I mean, what a day! What a day! I was in history class earlier, and I'm on my laptop, and I'm thinking, oh, Frank's got to be gone by now. If I've gone and searched Thomas Frank up, Sky, Frank sacked, and I started cheering in the middle of the lesson, and the teacher started looking at me. I mean, I don't think it's the easiest topic to cheer on than we were on, but and she's like, why are you cheering? I go, oh, miss, I just got a notification, something's happened, very good news. And yet, I was very happy for the rest of the day. I think this is the absolutely right decision. I think Frank is the worst manager we ever appointed. Chris, I don't know if you remember the day we sacked Ange. I came on this very podcast and I said, this is the worst decision we made in such a long time since we sacked Mauricio Pochettino. And I said, and then you said to me at the end, Charlie, we'll have you back on when we appoint Thomas Frank. And I went, oh no. And then I came back on a few days later when we got Thomas Frank, and I said, I'm optimistic. Thomas the Frank engine. And you know what? I shouldn't have been optimistic because it was always going to fail. He's a failure. He's achieved nothing as a manager. He's rubbish. He's not the manager Tottenham Hotspur needed. And he's really failed us. He's put us in a relegation battle. And I'm so angry at him. And, if we go get Roberto De Zerbi now, which I do not want De Zerbi. If we go get him, I'm not going to be optimistic. I'm not going to come on this podcast and say, yes, Roberto De Zerbi, we're going to be playing this luscious football. No, we're not going to be playing this luscious football. I'm going to be fuming. I'm going to be absolutely fuming. Look, I think the one man we need is Mauricio Pochettino. He is a hero. He might not have won anything, but he will come back and he will win something. He's had many podcasts. Done one the other day. He said he'd like to return. I'd like him to return. He said he wants to win one title with Tottenham. I'd make him come back and he can win that title. We can have another parade. But I think until then, he obviously said he's only going to come back in the summer. If he can come back right now, amazing, bring him back. Until the summer, though, we're going to need an interim. So I have created a board of names of who I think we need. And I'm going to go through each and every one of them. Starting off, Big Sam Allardyce. We're in a relegation battle.
Oh, come on.
Not bring him back. Let's bring him in and we'll stay up. And you know what? We'll
You're the second person this evening to mention Big Sam. Surely that's a joke.
No, it's not. I'm not joking at all. I've got many names here that you're going to laugh at. But honestly, vibes. We need vibes to the end of the season. This is a disaster season. Let's have a bit of fun. Big Sam. We're playing this boring football, but we're winning games. All right, we're winning games. Next up, to the end of the season, Big Ange. Season 3 is better than Season 2. Okay, he said that because he's a philosopher. He knows the future. He's going to come back and he's going to win us that Champions League. And he's going to make Season 3 better than Season 2. Now, if we go down to the Championship, who cares? We'll win the Champions League with Big Ange. I truly do believe it. Next up, obviously, we've had two amazing shouts so far in Big Sam and Big Ange. Johnny Heitinga is next, obviously the assistant manager. I think that's probably going to happen. They've only appointed him recently. He's obviously won the league with Liverpool last year. Was the Ajax manager recently. Next up, Ryan Mason. We all love a Ryan Mason, don't we? We all love a Ryan Mason. I'd love him back at the club. Next up, Tim Sherwood. Look, he's got a great win percentage. I don't see why not. I do not see why not. He had a great win percentage with us. He'll come back. He'll bring the good times. Now, Tim Sherwood, I wasn't really around when it was his reign, but we didn't really beat the big teams. But we always beat the small teams. Next up on my list, Harry Redknapp. We all want Harry Redknapp. I'm sorry. We absolutely all want Harry Redknapp. Coming back. Again, I wasn't around for Harry Redknapp here, but I know it was exciting football. It was a Tottenham way. Next up, Robbie Keane. We all want Robbie Keane. He's a legend, doing well with Ferencvaros. I see it as a risk. But like Thomas Frank said when he first joined, not taking risks is taking risks. But guess what? Thomas Frank never took any risks. He's the worst manager we ever appointed. Next up is a bit of a vague one. I was on the Harry Scarf podcast earlier, and he said this is a very good shout. Nobody is bringing up Jesus Perez, Mauricio Pochettino's assistant. I don't want anyone else as a permanent manager except Mauricio Pochettino. I will be annoyed if we don't get Mauricio Pochettino in the summer. Bring in his assistant, implement his style in the summer. Bang, we're playing this football the Mauricio Pochettino way. And there's two other names I wouldn't mind on a permanent basis. That's Enzo Maresca and Michael Carrick. Another thing I want to say, Daniel Levy. I'm sorry, Mr. Levy. I'm sorry, Daniel. I think we were wrong about Levy. He said it in the overlap interview. We will miss him when he's gone. And I think now we miss him because I was on a podcast earlier and I asked him, what did Levy actually do wrong except for not buying a player for free transfer windows, sacking Pochettino and sacking Jose Mourinho? I don't think he sacked Ange. I don't, honestly. What did he do wrong? Tell me, Chris, except for those three things.
Charlie, we could sit here all night talking about board decisions over recent years, but let me ask you about you having Ange Postecoglou on that list. If, and I know this is a massive if, this is a huge if actually, if Spurs went to Ange Postecoglou and said, do you fancy taking over for the next 12 games in the Premier League for us? Do you think he'd say yes?
Yeah, I think he would. Why wouldn't he? The guy won a trophy. The guy is the only reason I have this on my shirt. All right, that's the only reason. Ange is a philosopher. He said season 3 is better than season 2. He can come back and make it better. Do I think it will happen? No. I think it will be Johnny Heitinga. I know in the statement earlier, which the only bit in the statement I liked was how they said they gave him time because they've given him way too much time. He's an awful manager, this one. I really don't like Thomas Frank. Worst appointment we've ever made. Worst manager in my lifetime. Worse than Nuno Espirito Santo. I thought Johnny Heitinga. But Ange, would he come back? Yes, I think he would. Why wouldn't he? He's unemployed. He's a legend at the club. Season 3 better than season 2. Won the Europa League. He'd win the Champions League, I'm telling you. We'd go down, but we'd win the Champions League. And you know what? If we win the Champions League and go down, I'll be happy. Honestly, I'll be happy. Right? Because the next season we'll win the Championship as well. I'm not saying I want us to go to the Championship. I'm saying I believe we can win the Champions League. Ange's known for putting all his eggs in one basket. He'll put all his eggs in his basket and he'll go win.
Charlie, you've got so much energy. You can talk for England. Thank you so much for coming on, and we will talk to you again very soon.
Chris, quickly before I go, everyone watching, there's a lot of viewers tonight because it's such big news, Thomas Frank, on such great news. I've never been so happy after a day Tottenham lost. Please go subscribe to my YouTube channel. You do not know how much it helps. I need subscribers. You want to see this passion every week. Arsenal game, new manager. We're going to beat them. They got to come to the lane if they want to win this league. They got to come, and they ain't going to beat us at the lane. So go check out my videos, please. Chris, honestly, thank you so much for having me on. There's so many people lined up. It's such a big night, such a great night now that Thomas Frank's gone. He is the worst manager we ever had. The worst manager. Honestly, shocking. Ange comes back. Any of the names on my list, Chris, I'll send you this list and you can put it up as a post if you want. What Charlie Pisani thinks we should do. The managers in the box to do as a permanent. Pochettino's got a big one next to him because he's an absolute legend. But look, people are waiting. I've got a big day tomorrow. So yeah, thank you all so much. Chris, thank you for having me on. And great news, new manager coming. I'll be on the fan show, Chris, once this new interim, hopefully, because I want Pochettino in the summer. I can't say that enough. Tottenham fans who don't want Pochettino, I don't understand you. I really, really don't. Thanks for having me on. I'm going on and on. Goodbye. Thank you. Tony says here, sit down, Charlie. You've had your 3 minutes. And Keith says, Chris, give him a job. I'll give you a job, Charlie, but you've not done the job. All right, I can't do it anymore. All right, the job is to be grumpy every week and moan and moan and moan. I don't do it. When we beat Arsenal, I'll do it. When we beat all these teams, I'll do it. Chris, I tried to do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself to sit there and go, one. I know. I tell you what, Charlie, I know. I tell you what, for anyone doing Spurs content, when we've had the results and performances, certainly this season, it's tough sometimes. It really is. I'll get back to doing it when we're winning games again because I can't do it right now. I did that fan rant after the Bournemouth game. It killed me, honestly. But yeah. Right, Charlie, great to talk to you. Good luck with all your studies and we'll speak to you soon. Speak to you soon. Thank you. Cheers. Right, we're now going to go all the way to Canada to speak to John. John, how are you?
I'm a lot better than I was.
John, huge smile from you. Huge smile from you. It's been huge smiles all day on this channel. So how are you feeling about the news?
Okay. How am I feeling? Well, I'm feeling a lot better. I had surgery last week, so I'm feeling a lot better about a lot of things. Relief.
Yep.
I didn't see the United game. I was in the hospital, but I saw yesterday. It couldn't go on any longer, could it? And that's really the situation. We were in relief. I feel sad for Thomas Frank. Not that I ever liked him as a manager, and I didn't want him. If you will recall, I was the last of the Ange in gang.
Yeah.
Would he come back? I doubt it. Would you? I wouldn't think so. Not having been treated the way he was. People have said some comments about it. I proposed Ryan Mason. He's done it twice before, didn't do a bad job of it until the end. Harry, come on, give Harry a chance. Harry's the same age as me. In fact, he's older than me. We all live and dream of our pasts and our great glories and what we did, whatever it was, football or whatever. And it's not going to happen again, Harry. And I'm sure Mrs. Redknapp would have a word or two to say about that.
Does it matter how old he is? I've seen a lot of people say Harry Redknapp's 78. He can't be managing Spurs at 78. Does it matter, John? Age is just a number.
Age is a number. Harry had heart surgery back when he was manager at Portsmouth, I think, or after that. So he doesn't want to have. I wouldn't have thought he wanted the stress. Put the stress on him for that. I don't think he would want the stress. If he wants it, well, fine, on an interim basis. Someone keep a flipping eye on him, so he doesn't go off and at some sort of kilter and really do himself some damage. That I think we'd all regret. The others, I'd take anyone. We're not going to get somebody on a permanent basis now. If we can't, we're all putting our eggs in Pochettino's basket, including me. As you know, I think I was talking to Craig about that on one occasion. And yes, we'd like him for the end of the season, after the World Cup, and bring him back. Then there's this John Heitzinger. I don't know who he is because, you guys are on top of this more than I am, who's currently employed that someone's advocating as an interim solution. I don't know where he came from or what his background is, but maybe that's the solution where the players go out there and run for him. And that's, I guess, what you want is that bounce of a change. Certainly going into the North London derby, which I am dreading.
It's interesting, John, because there are actually 9 ex-Brentford employees who currently work for Tottenham. So it's going to be interesting now. Thomas Frank has gone out the door. Do Spurs keep a lot of these backroom staff? Do they offload these backroom staff? Do they bring in new people? It's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens in the next couple of days because, yes, we have that break until the Arsenal game Sunday week. But you would hope that Spurs would want an appointment made very, very, very soon.
Well, today's Wednesday. I'd hope by Friday afternoon, your time.
Yeah.
That a name will be in the fray and we'll be deciding what's going to happen. And if that person wants to keep the Brentford heads around as either interim or as a long term, that's to be seen. The days when when the new manager came in and had the ability to pick his assistant are long gone. Hello, Craig.
Hello, mate.
Are long gone.
Bless you.
That's my daughter. So. Canadian weather's getting to her. She lives in Asia. The days of bringing in just a manager is long gone. If Poch comes in, he will walk in with his own entourage, right?
Yes, he will. And Jesus Perez and Tony Jimenez, you'd think as well. So, yeah, it's a really interesting point, about the backroom staff as well. They've got all them to sort of pay off as well, if they're getting rid of Johnny Heitinger or Justin Cochran or anybody else he brought with him when he came. So it's, it's a really interesting point there, John. John, we got to move on because we've got still a full green room. This show is only supposed to be 2 hours, but so many people who want their say. So we got to get through. John, I'm really pleased that the surgery went well and you're fit and healthy now.
Okay, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Heart surgery is a frightener, but thank you too for keeping me abreast while I was there. I appreciate all you two do for me.
Thanks, John, and really good to see you up and about and looking fit and healthy. So thank you very much for all your support on the channel as well.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Enjoy yourself. Take care, guys.
Thanks, John. Bye. Right, next we're going to go to Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Craig, how are you?
Not bad. You got a nice big smile on your face. How are you feeling?
Oh, what a relief.
Relieved, yeah.
Yeah, I said to a friend of mine early December that I thought Spurs would wait till we were about 6 points off relegation and then they'll finally do something. And look, they're 5 points and they've done something. And I feel like, why didn't they do it earlier? I got no idea. But yeah, we can all be a bit more optimistic about getting out of the shit show that we're in now, at least. Even though we've still got a tough run of games. Obviously the chat's who's coming in now. And I think Johnny Heitinga, I think it's too connected to what we've had. I think we need a fresh face and a fresh voice to turn the ship around. And I know Harry's 78. I don't know. I mean, he said he'd take the job, but there's probably more likely to go for Mason over him. But I'd love to see Harry back because, there's some people in the world that just make a room stand still and listen. Harry's just got that aura about him when he says something. There's that respect. There's almost that fear. Remember that time he got hit by the ball in the head?
Yeah. I do.
There's something about him. And I used to play for a manager who was an all-white for New Zealand. He was my coach. And I was about 18 at the time. And I always remember how he used to strike the fear in me, but I used to respect him. And I used to know how he was with all the players. And, you need someone that demands that respect that's going to get an urgent mindset shift from the boys. And I think someone like Harry would be success like for the interim role. I think Poch there's a lot of risk in taking someone new, new managers like that don't know Spurs. How do we know they're the right fit? How do we know that, we've seen that Frank wasn't the right fit? Obviously Glasner could be just another Frank if you got him in. I just feel like it's like Poch is he's got a different squad, but he understands Spurs. He's got the passion. I think he's a good personality, and I think with the right investment from the board, throw him the checkbook. I think he could do a great job. But you've got to stick with him. We're on the Ferris wheel of managers, and like I think Alli said before, the Scotsman. I just love everything he had to say. There's just too many great managers have come in that Spurs have made look average purely because they've not backed those managers. And I think this is it.
I think you're right. We've failed so many managers, and a lot of this is on the board. I've no doubt that had Frank been supported a bit more, then he would have been doing a bit better. As I've said many times already on this stream tonight, I still think there's a big argument to say that there was many things wrong with the Thomas Frank appointment, and the players, it was quite clear from what's coming out, didn't warm to him. And I think you're right in what you say. It's got to be a manager that can engage not only with the fan base, bring everybody else back on side, but it's got to be a manager that galvanizes these players and gives them that belief again, because they look out on their feet and their confidence is rock bottom, and not going into any games looking like they have any chance of getting anything out of it. Dave, do you know what I mean? So for me, that next appointment has got to be, like you say, spot on.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you can just see the lads just got no confidence. It's like their tanks are empty, and they've obviously lost all of that with Frank months ago. I just sense that they're just they haven't got that desire and hunger to play from, because they just don't trust him, don't trust his tactics or his decision making. So it's I said yesterday in a few comments, I'm like, is there any point in getting someone in now with Arsenal next to? We wait till after the Arsenal game. It's, people say, oh, some guy said 4-1 to Spurs. I'm like, I can't see it, because we, even with a new coach, I mean, all I ask is that we do what we didn't do when we played them last, and Chelsea, is we actually have come out with massive hunger and determination. Even though we've got troops down, at least a new coach is going to give us that. And Frank failed miserably in those 2 games, purely on those basis. He just didn't throw anything. There was like Ricky said yesterday in your podcast, or the day before, whatever it was, he just missed every single category. He just failed. He was it was just bad. But there's no point talking about it now. I think like 90% of Spurs fans knew this was going to happen probably 2 or 3 months ago. But it was one of those things, that massive saying in life, don't sweat over anything you have no control over. And that was what Spurs had taken away from them, was the control to go, actually, we need this guy out. How many times was this podcast run where fans come out and said, he's got to go, and it never happened, right? But it's finally happened. And I think everyone's collective heart rates have dropped a bit, and feel that now we are capable of getting ourselves clear of the zone. But had we kept Frank on, that wasn't a given at all, just because the boys just didn't have that right attitude, and I think that's just come from Frank. But yeah, I'd love to see. I don't mind. I think either Mason or Redknapp would have the tools to do it until the end of the year. Who would you put in?
I want Pochettino as the permanent manager. I think, as I've said earlier, the interim, whoever it is, has got to be just somebody that gets the club and can motivate. And certainly somebody like a Redknapp could do that. I've seen Sherwood mentioned, and I think whoever it is has got to get us out the crap. And as long as they do that, and perhaps we can win a few more games in the Champions League, that'd be nice as well. Dave, thanks so much for coming back on. Well, we've still got a few more guests that we need to get through. We'll speak to you again soon. Thanks so much for coming on, Dave.
Yeah, sounds good. Enjoy your day. See you, Craig.
And you. Bye. Okay, we're now going to go to Luke. Hello, Luke. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty relieved, as most people have said. I agree with that feeling for sure. But apprehensive, actually, to be honest. I think one of the weirdest feelings I've had in the last few weeks is that with the whole threat of relegation that's sort of built up over the recent games, is this thought that, I'd still support my club if they were playing the Championship. I'd still go and watch them. But this sort of like lingering fear in the back of my mind that I'm worried about what happens to the club financially. Like, are we going to see that? Are we going to be damaged by that? Are we going to see things change forever if we went down to the Championship? Would we struggle to ever get back to where we were? I'm like, gosh, I shouldn't be worrying about stuff like that, really. I've got enough stuff to think about in my daily life. So, yeah, I think whilst this is a positive step, and one that I've sat here with you guys and talked about quite a bit that we were hoping would happen, the real danger is still there, isn't it? Because we've seen seasons where the manager's gone and we're still we saw a season where we sacked the manager when we were third, right? I mean, the fear behind what was going to come next wasn't there. It was more, a smooth ride to the end of the season because we don't have to worry too much about it now. Let's see they get in for next year. But this is a completely different kettle of fish. So I'm relieved and apprehensive at the same time, which is a very weird thing to feel.
Luke, have you ever felt really worried about us in this relegation fight?
Yeah. I think
I asked that because when you talk to people about Spurs are in the relegation fight, I think that actually half the people kind of just give that nervous laughter and go, "No, we'll be fine."
No, I think that's that kind of. I mean, look, for fans to say that is one thing. If the players are saying that, that's the kind of attitude in which you sleepwalk into the actual relegation place, is saying that you're going to be fine because you just think you will be. No one's too big to go down. Anyone can. We've seen it with, you look at Forest and Villa. The only reason why we don't put them in the same category as us because they've spent years in the Championship, but they are massive clubs, big fan bases and big history, and they've won trophies. They went down and they spent years there because it crippled them financially, and new owners have done a really good job of pulling them up, but they made mistakes categorically over time. I was actually speaking to a friend of mine today, and he was like, surely it's not just the managers. And I said, no. And I ended up going on a rant and listing about 20 different reasons why I think we're in this mess. And it's over time you make these mistakes, and some of them become almost irreversible, or they need huge amounts of work to get back again, like the mess that the squad's in. Dustin was talking about it earlier. That's not going to be fixed in a transfer window. It doesn't matter how ambitious the owners say they're going to be in the summer. There's still so much talk about that. Oh yeah, they're really willing to put the money and time into it. They're going to have to get rid of more than half the team and then bring in twice that many players to make sure they've got enough cover. I can't see that happening. Even if they were really trying to do that, that would be a massive, massive job, a massive undertaking. So whoever the manager is from summer onwards, or from Monday onwards, is going to have to replace that team over time, I think. So yeah, going back to it, have I ever felt worried? I mean, the key thing was watching us the other night and then watching West Ham and seeing them play and thinking they're fighting and we look a bit clueless. And I've not seen the team, I've not seen Spurs, I think, arguably this entire season, fight from minute 1 to 90. I've seen them have really good half an hours. I've seen them have really good spells.
Yeah.
I've seen them wait till they get 1 or 2 down and then start kicking into gear. I haven't seen them start front foot from minute 1 and keep it up until the end of the game. And that's what worries me. I feel like we haven't yet found the right mentality and the right approach to the games that is going to get us out of this mess. So yeah, I feel nervous about it constantly, to be honest. And then you've brought up with a few people, Chris, tonight already, the fixtures coming up, and you look at all of them at this point in time with the context of what's already come before, and you think none of those are guarantees now, are they? Not a single one of them.
Luke, I'm actually more a bit revitalised. Actually, I'm confident that as long as they get the right interim in, if it is an interim, then it takes the shackles off these players, because you can see the reports coming out that some of the players feel they were only allowed to perform at 10% of their ability. I know that sounds daft for a professional footballer, but if it's coached, if that's what the coach wants, then it's never going to work with a player. You've got to let players express themselves. And I don't think this squad is as bad as everybody makes out. I don't think it's terrible. Yes, we've got injuries, but I genuinely think we're going to start to pick up points now. We've got rid of him.
Yeah, I agree with that. And but I think what's lingering for me, Craig, is a lack of confidence that they are going to get those decisions right in terms of who the interim's going to be and going forward. I mean, I think there's a sort of, we're in an echo chamber as Spurs fans and hearing each other and what we're saying. And I think there's sort of a consensus going with that. I think the most popular interim I've heard is probably Harry Redknapp. And I think because he brings that kind of, he understands the club, he understands the fans, brings the vibes in a way, would get people on board a little bit more. And he was talking about it, I think in January, he was interviewed about it. And what he said, I thought was right. He said, I'd need to go in and give the boys some confidence. And you could tell he'd really been thinking about it. He's obviously been sitting watching the games, but whether or not the board will actually make a punt on him and actually go for it. I don't know.
No.
I feel like something wild or weird could happen. I really feel, and I'm really concerned about the idea that they could appoint Heitinger. And I'm not saying Heitinger is a bad coach, but if you look at his time when he was permanent coach at Ajax, he was disastrous. And he's come in here, he's had not a huge amount of time really, but he's had a couple of months to try and work on the defence. Arguably, the defence didn't change at all; it got worse. So I agree with you, Craig, that there's the potential for that uplift now, which is what usually happens. But I don't trust the club to make the right decision. I think if they make the wrong decision, we're right back in the mud again. And that's what I'm saying. This is why I'm nervous. When we've sacked managers before, we've been worried about whether or not we're going to still get Europe. But if we don't get the decision right now, we end up in the Championship. It's a real mess.
Luke, thanks so much for joining us as always, and we will talk to you again very soon.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Craig, all I've heard this evening is every guest coming on saying, I agree with Craig. I agree with Craig. Here's going to be another one. I can tell. Noel's going to agree with you. Noel, how are you?
100%, Chris.
Yeah.
You absolutely agree with Craig. Everything you said tonight.
Yeah, what was that?
Last night was absolutely shocking. I was watching your show last night, Chris, and Craig looked okay, but you looked as if somebody had, kicked you in the arse or something like that. You looked really shell-shocked. Maybe that's because you were at the match and saw the debacle that it was.
That's what it is.
And I swear to God,
I'm at the stadium freezing cold, and Craig's in the warm with his cup of tea, and it's like chalk and cheese, isn't it?
I loved the way you skipped off at the end and left it all to Craig. I love that little bit. I'm gone. Sorry, boys. The stadium's closing.
Stadium closing. Yeah.
And I mean, Ricky looked as if somebody had, he had lost everything. He really looked really despondent. I've never seen Ricky like that. I said last night, that it was obviously, he was gone. And then when I saw this morning, that he said he was 100% sure that he would be there for the Arsenal match, I thought there was something amiss. But I was actually away early this morning, and I was in a call in Galway, and I was doing an email on my phone, and it came through that he was sacked around 10 o'clock, So then I think, Chris, you took over at that stage. You were the star of the show. You were everywhere today, So I don't like sacking managers. It's not nice for anybody to lose their job. But if something hadn't happened and, they were sleepwalking into the Championship, there is no doubt in my mind that he could not have arrested that slide. Now we have a chance. And maybe one of the big pluses from last night for me was that Manchester United equalised in the 96th minute or 97th minute, whatever it was. I said it to you a couple of weeks ago, if we had beaten West Ham, you were virtually relegating them. You'd have put 16 points between us. There was 13 points at that stage. And last night, it was actually looking like 3 points. So, Chris, I was absolutely despondent last night. And it's really bad for your health, supporting the Spurs, because when Archie Gray scored, I couldn't even get the enthusiasm. I couldn't get the enthusiasm, that we're back in the game, because I thought to myself, well, there's still 30 minutes to go. We can still lose this, And I'm, as you know, I'm a glass half full person, but this has sucked the life out of me. And I found myself at 4:30 this morning, waking up, and the first thing I thought about was Spurs and how bad the situation was. And that's a terrible situation when it's affecting your health, that it stresses you. So that was my last 24 hours. And when I got the news this morning, I was actually quite relieved. And I thought to myself, this has given us that we need the new manager bounce, and I mean, I'd love it. I don't know if this is possible or not. I'd love the board to say, okay, Harry Redknapp or whoever it's going to be, parade him across the pitch with, he wouldn't do it on his own. As somebody mentioned, I think maybe Craig, yourself earlier on, that it was possibly Jermaine Defoe or Peter Crouch. There's a team of Spurs connections. I would favour that. But it'd be wonderful if they announced at the same time that Pochettino was coming back in June after the World Cup. I don't know if that's possible to be done. I know he's under contract for a country, but he's leaving there anyway. So would that be possible that they could parade the two of them on the pitch that to me would be the dream scenario.
Yeah.
So that's where I am, Chris. And I couldn't believe when I heard Big Sam's name mentioned. I nearly had a fit when I heard that.
Twice.
Twice. I mean, Chris, I was talking to a Leeds fan this evening. He didn't win a game for Leeds in the last 5 or 6 matches. He was brought in to save them from relegation in 2023, and he didn't win a match. We don't want him. He's no Spurs connections. That to me would be a derogatory backward step.
I suppose I was a bit surprised, Noel, because I'm a part of a couple of WhatsApp groups, and the picture of Big Sam in a Spurs shirt came into the WhatsApp
Oh
group.
no, please no! He wouldn't. It would be too small for him, Chris. He wouldn't get one big enough. You know.
It was funny. It was funny. It was to make everybody, smile and have a laugh. And then when people are suggesting it, in real life, I'm like, what? Are you serious? But they were serious. But you're absolutely right, Noel. I know a lot of people who are glass half full people, and they have even switched off this season. And when the board probably, they would have seen it very much so. It's very clear the amount of seats that were empty yesterday.
That came over in the television last night. It was absolutely appalling. And I think you said it to me a few weeks ago that, the crowds weren't coming up, and people weren't, they couldn't even give their season tickets away.
Yeah.
And, that to me is a appalling indictment. But something else, Chris, a lot of people have hit on the injury crisis. I'm only giving one example here. Like Maddison got a bad knee injury in May. And, they had him back on the pre-season in August. Surely to God, I had a knee problem myself. Knees don't fix in a very short space of time. To me, that's basic science. Surely to God that medical departments, and that's only one example, and there's probably others, that they've been rushed back too quickly. And I mean, like Spence last night obviously was rushed back because obviously didn't. I thought he was poor, and obviously didn't look to have the energy of without having a couple of weeks out. I'm probably still carrying the injury, and I'm really worried, Chris, about one thing. We're picking up. If we get any more injuries, it's a disaster. We don't have the squad depth. But another thing that really worries me is the silly yellow cards. 2 yellow cards picked up last night for simulation, and there was a disaster waiting to happen. That somebody that Sarr, would go into a bad tackle, or Simmons would go into a bad tackle, and suddenly you're back to a scenario where you have 10 men. And I really, 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 I said it to you a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week. Romero, I'm calling him dickhead now. Honestly, he really pissed me off on Saturday. We needed. I thought there was a result there for the taking. And now he's missing 4 games. So where was he last night? Where we could have done with him. But maybe it's a blessing in disguise that as Craig has been alluding to, and not alluding to, he's been very vocal about it in the last couple of months. And I didn't see it at that time, but I'm really seeing it now, Craig. And I'm certainly with you on that one. And you got a lot of credit this evening, I can tell you.
Yeah. Reese says here, I was sent a picture of Mr. Bean wearing a Spurs manager's top. Yeah, so were we.
Yeah, I got that one, and I got one of Enialuko as well.
Yeah,
so
I haven't got that one. I haven't got that one.
But when you have a situation now, where Leeds are ahead of us, I don't know what's happening with Nottingham Forest. I know they're playing tonight. I have no idea what's happening there. I didn't even know.
0-0, I think, last time I looked.
Okay.
But interestingly, the latest score, Noel, Crystal Palace were 2-0 up at Selhurst Park against Burnley. And then just before half time, Burnley scored 3. So they're winning 3-2.
Wow, brilliant.
So
that's the best news I've heard for a while. Chris, isn't it terrible? Isn't it terrible? We as fans, I've been to Spurs, I've told you this many times, Spurs fans since 1967. And, we're looking over our shoulder, like I could tell you now, that Spurs are 5 points ahead of West Ham. But I know that the goal difference there is worth an extra point. So, keep that distance, keep, and this is real. This relegation threat is real. Yeah. And, I really think that the decision has to be made. Somebody said a couple of guests before, by lunchtime Friday. I agree with that. Even tomorrow, they must have a plan. Surely to God, they have a plan. And, that the manager can spend the week with the players and, get that feel-good factor. I don't think any of the players last night they looked like strangers to each other. Nobody seemed to know what they were doing.
Yeah.
You know, and I know Conor Gallagher run himself into the ground last night, but I thought he was poor. Basuma, I'm not a big fan of Basuma, but I would say he'll be mighty relieved that Frank is out the door and maybe he could show us stuff. He was a great player for Brighton a couple of years ago. We haven't really seen it. But other than that, we have very, very little options. And that's the thing that's worrying me is more injuries or suspensions. And I mean, surely to God, there's a couple of young players out there that could be tried and they'll probably have to put them in now. And, you know, surely to God, we don't have to say, go looking for somebody like Raheem Sterling. But maybe, you know, that I can really sense it, that they could panic. But maybe he would score a few goals. You never know. It's a desperate situation, Chris, but I think with the new manager bounce and to get this right, we can get out of it, you know. But I was listening to TalkSport this morning and, you know, the anti-Spurs bias, you know, like they like that Gabby Abonahor and that. I mean, they just shred Spurs all the time, you know. I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, I mean, going through the games and no points here, no points there, no points here, you know, like they have us relegated already. So let's prove them wrong.
Absolutely, no. We could talk to you all night about Tottenham, but we don't have the time, sadly. So we will talk to you.
Chris, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you smiling again, and onwards and upwards as usual. And Craig, you know, you got a lot of credit in the bank after today. I can assure you. You know, so
yeah.
Thank you, mate. Cheers, Noel.
Okay, and
Craig's got all the credit tonight.
Yeah, and Chris, I'll say, don't lose this North London derby. A point would be amazing. I would take it right now.
Yep. No, thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Okay, Chris. Here, Craig.
Cheers.
Cheers, Noel.
Right, we've got very limited time. We've got 5 guests left. So let's go to Josh. Josh, how are you? What do you make of the news?
He's magic, you know. Mauricio Pochettino. No, delighted. Absolutely buzzing. Sense of relief this morning. I can now talk to you about, you said last time I was on there, I have some exciting things happening. I'm now working at TalkSport. And so it was a very, very busy day today in the office. I was, struggling to focus, to be honest, because so much was happening. And, you know, we were talking, we've been talking for weeks about whether he's going to go, whether the club will finally do it. Chris, I'm pretty sure you've said on many occasions you didn't think the board would have it in them to do it, but here we are. Finally, he's gone. It's got to be an interim manager now for me. The only option, in my view, is Pochettino now. He's very, very curious, the timing of his appearance on the High Performance podcast with Jake Humphrey, talking very, very glowingly about Spurs. And I cannot wait to watch the overlap as well tomorrow. Ange Postecoglou being interviewed there. It'd be really interesting to see what he has to say. But I think interim is the way forward. I think trying to get a long-term manager in now could actually be more detrimental than anything, because then you've got a manager who's trying to, you know, lay out a philosophy when really what we need to do is go back to basics. We need to start winning football matches immediately, by hook or by crook. The football does not need to be good. The football just needs to produce results. If we're going to stay in this division, it feels like the board, up until last night and this morning, didn't believe that we were genuinely in a relegation fight. I think a lot of fans didn't believe that, but the reality is that we absolutely are mathematically. And when we're struggling to pick points up against anyone, I mean, 15% win rate at home, 2 wins out of 13 home Premier League games. We need someone that can provide an immediate boost to the fans, an immediate boost to the squad. And Harry Redknapp is certainly one name that I would love to see back at the club. He's been speaking today, TalkSport, Sky, BBC. He's been doing the rounds, and he's talking about going back to basics, getting players to run, to work together, to chase the ball. If you lose it, to fight for it back. And Tim Sherwood this evening has been talking on Sky Sports News, saying that he would love to take the opportunity again if it was given to him. Now, I don't think the board would probably go back to Tim Sherwood, especially after his well-documented friction with Daniel Levy around Harry Kane. But Tim Sherwood, he had a 59% win rate. We had a great record at home. He got players working, and he was very, very tough talking. And of course, what he has also in the bank is the fact that he set things up really nicely for a certain Mauricio Pochettino. But for me, we've got to go for an interim. I would love to see someone with Spurs connections, as has been previously said throughout the show. Someone like Harry Redknapp with Chris Hughton, Jermaine Defoe. I'd even consider, Ben Davis to be part of a coaching setup. I wouldn't give him the gig, but for him to be part of the setup while he's injured, we know he's doing his coaching badges, could be a good bridge between the playing squad and whoever comes in temporarily. I think we just need to follow a blueprint that clearly has been working for other clubs. I mean, Manchester United on 3 occasions, they went with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, then they went with Ruud van Nistelrooy, and now Michael Carrick, and you're seeing the impact that that's having. So don't underestimate the impact that club connections can have. And I think that if someone like a Redknapp or a Houghton or a Sherwood was to come in to the club on an interim basis, I'm sure the fans would get right behind them.
Yeah, I mean, all the names you've said there, Josh, it's got to be somebody connected with the club, though, isn't it? Somebody that gets Tottenham Hotspur. I think that's the kind of, that's the thing that we've got to look at, isn't it?
No, absolutely. As I said before, I think there is a risk to a De Zerbi or other managers that may be available now, because the amount of time that they're going to take trying to implement their philosophy, we don't have that time. What we really need to do, as I've said already, is go back to basics. Do the basics right, because at the moment we've got players that are struggling to compete, for challenges. They're struggling to pass the ball forwards. They're struggling to complete a 5-yard pass. Even Vicario last night, the second goal was a prime example. Awful positioning. He'd gone so far one direction, thinking that the ball was going to go to Gordon, that he opened the goal up completely for Ramsey to put the ball in. It's basics, and we've got to get that right. So for me, let's get an interim in. We've got a manager who is clearly leaving the USA in the summer in Pochettino, who has made very clear he's practically twerking for the job. And he's someone that I think a lot of the fans could be united about. And of course, there are always going to be fans that say, oh, I'm not sure it's the right thing. You shouldn't go back to an ex. But let's not forget how different it was. I was listening to TalkSport this evening, and Dean Ashton was talking and saying, Pochettino is a different man now. It was a long time ago when Pochettino was at Spurs. If he comes in for next season, it will be 10 years from the year that we came second with 86 points, 17 wins at home and 2 draws. 10 years. So he's had a lot of experiences. He's gone and won the league at PSG. He's dealt with huge personalities, Neymar, Messi. Of course, he went to Chelsea, and, that one stung a little bit, but you can't blame him, to be honest. And he went there, and by the end of the season, when Chelsea were in a mid-table position, they were, I think, 11th or 12th. They finished the season really strongly. So for me, it's a no-brainer. We can have an interim manager. And one of the other things I would just say on the interim basis, and actually maybe a slight shout for Sherwood here, is Sherwood was the one that took the punt on Harry Kane. Rather than a manager trying to play players out of position, how refreshing and nice would it be to see Luca Williams-Barnett given an opportunity at left wing when we don't have anyone to play there, or Janai Byfield given more minutes? And Sherwood did that really well. I'm sure Redknapp would be the same. We just need 11 players on the pitch and a bench full of players that are really hungry, that want this. Because at the moment, it feels like nobody wants this. And as was mentioned before, West Ham absolutely look like they're fighting. And Spurs look like they are sleepwalking to relegation. And that's a very, very real threat. So to have someone come in that can give youngsters a chance, I also think when, and I will die on the rock of, first it was Thomas Frank Stones, which was probably the biggest footballing cock-up I've ever made, thinking that was going to work, when everyone was telling me in the group chat on WhatsApp, no way. And everyone was right and I was wrong. But with Pochettino, this is a guy that has a proven track record of developing young players. I mean, talk about Romero, and we don't know what's going to happen with Romero. Romero may stay if someone like Pochettino came in, but also the prospect of someone like Vuskovic next to Van der Ven under Pochettino would just be incredible. So for me, that's the play. It's got to be an interim and then go for Pochettino in the summer. I mean, how many managers are genuinely going to want the Spurs job with how we've been run? We're a basket case. So I think to have a manager that gets the fans, that the fans would want, and actively wants to rejoin the club is an opportunity I don't think we should be passing up.
There's I mentioned about, I think it was about 2 hours ago, saying that normally the fan base is very, very mixed. We do have the first comment in. We're 3 hours 5 into the show, and we do have the first comment in. Checkmate 7345. Chris, you got what you wanted. Frank is out. More instability at your club. Look how happy you are. I bet you wouldn't have it any other way. You win. I tell you what, Checkmate 7345. Go and look at the Premier League table. Go and listen or view the first part of this show in the first few minutes, and listen to all of the stats that I read out. Perhaps do a little bit of research on how you think Thomas Frank has been at Tottenham Hotspur and how many games that he has won. Josh has just mentioned about the win percentage, 15% in the Premier League at home. 2 wins out of 13 home games this season. Boos at 9 out of those games. I've never booed. I've never ever booed Thomas Frank or indeed Spurs this season. It's not just me talking, it's everyone. So if you want to write comments like that, I just find it incredibly weird how you think that, and you've just said you win because Thomas Frank got the sack.
Is it Donna Cullen?
I just don't think it was ever going to work under Thomas Frank, sadly. And I wish him all of the very best. And hopefully he will go on to, good things and wish him success. Josh, before you leave us, many congratulations on the job at TalkSport. Really, really delighted for you. I've said to you for years, haven't I, that TalkSport, you and TalkSport are made for one another, and I mean that very complimentary, by the way. Are we going to see you actually on the camera? Are we going to see you on the panel? Are we going to see you talking, or is it all the background stuff that you're doing?
Right now, all the background stuff, social media, that's my focus. Let's just take one step at a time. Only a couple of days in. Great people. As you know very well, Chris, TalkSport's full of fantastic people. And it's just great to be in such a great environment, doing something I absolutely love. But yeah, that checkmate comment sounded a lot like Donna Cullen. I might be wrong, but we've seen stranger things.
Absolutely. I'd agree with you, Josh. Look, Josh, absolutely agree with what Chris said. Massive congratulations on the new job. You are made for that role. And yeah, just all the best with it. And just keep us updated with all the breaking news on the WhatsApp group, mate.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, guys. And isn't it strange, though, how yesterday was one of the most dismal experiences as a Spurs fan, but every single Spurs, and there's a lot of Spurs fans in the TalkSport office, a lot. Every single one without fail was nothing but relieved and nothing but happy. Yeah. It felt like a massive weight lifted off all our shoulders, seeing Thomas Frank go. He was completely out of his depth. He didn't understand the job. He didn't get the fan base. And I'm just relieved that, we go into the North London derby now with the prospect of hopefully a new manager bounce, and hopefully no Arsenal fans singing Thomas Frank is a silver member as well, which would have been incredibly embarrassing as we conceded our third goal to them under Thomas Frank. And we really just need the shackles lifted off these players. I completely agree with you, Craig. I don't think this squad it's not a good squad, don't get me wrong, but it's not this bad. I certainly believe that this squad is capable of a top half finish, or would have been. Now, I think consolidating in mid-table, anywhere from sort of 8th to 13th, I think would be a good end to the season. And then hopefully we can focus on next season. The truth is we're not going to win the Champions League. We know that. Anything's possible, but that really is, I think we've got as much chance of winning the Euro Millions, to be honest. But if we can go into next season without European football, because we're not going to have European football, have a real go at improving in the league, getting back into those European spots, and also going on a proper cup run and possibly winning a domestic cup. Now, that would be a good way to kick off this new sort of era for whoever the new Spurs manager is. But I am going to say one thing, which is we've had this merry-go-round for years. I can't remember how many it is now. Chris, you'll know how many managers now we've had at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
6 permanent managers and 3 interim. And 2
so
of
we're
those
going to have a 7th by next season.
Yeah.
We're going to have a 7th by next season. And whoever it is, we've just got to pray that they come in with the intentions of playing the right football. They get into these players, the board backs them, and we can turn our fortunes around, because we cannot keep doing this. We cannot keep doing fan shows where, you know, the next manager is gone. The next manager is gone.
We can.
You know, we're gonna run out of options at the moment. We're gonna have you know, Darren Altman in the dugout next. So, you know, or Ricky playing up top. So we really can't carry on like this, because we are really getting to a point where people just will not want to join Tottenham anymore.
Yeah. Right, Josh, good luck with the job. Thanks so much, and we will speak to you again very soon.
All the best, chaps. Take care.
Cheers.
Good, mate.
Eve Basuma has just taken to Instagram, the 3rd player now. My club, my heart, my everything all together. We will change the situation. Actually, no, that's not about Thomas Frank at all, is it?
No. It's even funnier reading
Sorry
that out.
Sorry.
That actually says more than actually saying anything, to be honest.
That's not about Thomas Frank at all. Sorry. No, it's only the 2 players so far. Right, let's go to Brazil. Let's speak to G. G, how are you?
All right, mate. So I just turn this up here. You cracked me up, Chris. Well, it's a great segue. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. Don't give up your day job.
Yeah, I suppose, like Reese has just said there, would you expect Basuma to thank Frank? Probably not. No. I should have read it first.
That's about as relevant as saying Ricky Gervais has just tweeted, "Oh, it's about Dutch bum vodka."
Yeah,
let's move on. G, what do you make of the news today?
Well, I just want to let's do a little bit of a let me cast your mind back to last November. You won't remember this conversation, but we had a conversation where I was talking about, listen, these are the games we've got coming up. We've got an easy run between December and January, and then we hit February, and it's all going to go like, we've got to be careful. So we've got to get through to there, and I can't see it happening. I wanted Frank out then, to be honest with you. And happy days has happened now, but it's just way too late for me, unfortunately. Don't like to be right, but on this occasion, but it is that way. I think I got a feeling, I don't know, but maybe the board, they gave him an ultimatum kind of a process, you know, where they said, right, listen, if you hit this side of the table or this position in the table or whatever before the Arsenal game, where there is this break, then you've got to there to change things around. And that interview he did, I posted on your thing straight away afterwards. I said, he's gone tomorrow. As soon as he put that interview out, he looked like Ricky Gervais, where he went, yes, no. it was so bad, you know, and he was obviously on his way out. He knew it then, and you could see it in the film. So I'm really happy he's gone. I am immensely happy he's gone. It's along with Craig, I do believe anyway. I think we was always there. It's not nice to see a manager come and go, but listen, he slated the fans. He slated everybody. He broke up the team. He broke up the momentum of what we had after being a Champions winner. I have no problems with that man going. I hope I never see him again in my life. If people say, "Oh, I'm sure he's a good guy, would be a good school teacher," I tell you, if he was in my school, he wouldn't have lasted a second, let alone like half a season. Do you know what I mean? I'm just glad he's out. But now we've got to go on now, and it seems like only half a season ago we was having this conversation about who's going to be the next manager. I know we have this quite a lot, don't we, guys? You know, it seems every season it's almost the same, you know. I wrote out a little graph here of my own, and I think this is the way we should go. And it goes a bit like that.
Oh, I was going to say, is it as good as Dustin's? But obviously not.
It's not. No, I can't reach that. I would never reach that level, mate. I went to Thames View Secondary School. Not.
Do you want to show people again?
I just want to say, well, it goes across here. This part here goes down there. There we go.
That is unbelievable. How did you do that?
I don't know how we describe that to people on audio.
Canva. It's called Canva. Don't worry.
So apart from Ange, who would you be your number one choice, G?
You want me to say Big Sam, don't you? I can sell.
Did you want to say Big Sam? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Look, we're under damage control now, right? So let's be serious about this. We need someone who's good at communication, which we didn't have with Frank. He wasn't good communication with the players or the fans or anybody. We need somebody to repair that very, very fast, very, very quickly. So this is why I say, Ange, I think he's the type of guy who would come in. He doesn't expect to be on long contracts. When he came to us the first time, he was only on a 3-year, something like that. And even every time he said, I just want to not, he didn't think about the future. He wasn't going for the future. He was just going, I'm going to get this done now and I'm going to win. We need somebody like that. And this is why I think Ange would do it. I think he would step in because he's that kind of guy and he would give us damage control. Okay, so we're going to say the poster boy for the club as far as managers go, and we're going to talk about Poch. All right. Now, if Poch, and we all want Poch, everybody wants Poch. We always have done, you know what I mean? But if Poch really wants to come here, and this is really going to maybe blow your mind, Chris, I don't know. But if Poch really wants to come here, as much as the fans want him here, then he should just leave a little letter on the desk or whatever and say, listen, guys, have a good World Cup, but I'm off back home. That's what I think. All right. Now, if he's not going to do that, I think it's a bit much waiting out for somebody to come in. You know what I mean? He should give us that. He should give us that opportunity now to take him in. If he wants it, he said he wants it. Do like Redknapp and everyone else and just come out and go, right, yes, I'm in. I'm going for it. You know. If not, and if it isn't that to be that way, then I would ask him, or if they had that conversation behind closed doors or whatever, and I said, listen, you're going to come after you've done your bit, and America's got knocked out of the cup early days and whatever, and then send Perez over. And maybe use Redknapp and him together. Do you know what I mean? I think Redknapp was a good call. And the reason I say that is because I think Redknapp can do what Ange could do. If it's not Ange, I think Redknapp could do it. But he's too old to be running around on that pitch. You know, he needs a communication source. So he needs somebody else there to work with him to be able to get that across to the players. He can do it in the dressing room and while they're all huddled together on the side of the training ground, all the rest of it, I'm no doubt whatsoever. But that's what we need. We need a communicator, somebody who can pull those players together, has experience and knows what they're on about. Other long term, Xavi, I think, is about it at this moment. But I think as much as what I want or what I'm saying here, probably it's going to be an interim. Look at you, Chris. An interim, and then we got Poch back. There we go. There you go. I think 19 points we could get, and I think this is my half glass totally full over brimming, which I like to be. I'm back to that again. I've never wanted a manager gone. The only time was AVB. That was it. Not even Conte and not even really Jose.
You seem different as well, G, today. You seem really happy.
I was down the beach, giving it all that today. Do you know what I mean? It was just the best news ever. From last night when I was crying, thinking, was this guy ever going to go? And that's when I had that, when I saw that interview post match, and I thought, he's going. And I was kind of having good. I was kept checking the phone all night long through the morning, and finally
Rich here is laughing at you saying 19 points. So just tell me where those 19 points are coming from. But before you do, I just want to say that the full-time whistle has just gone. Nottingham Forest 0, Wolves 0. Now, Nottingham Forest really dominated this game. The match of momentum, it was all Nottingham Forest. They had 40 touches inside the opposition box. They had 35 shots, 10 on target. The XG was 2.71, and it still finished 0-0. Incredible. Yeah. So where are those 19 points coming from, G?
Right, okay. When you was going through the list of the games and everything, right, I was going loss, draw, win, whatever, as it should be. All right. Now, if we get the right manager in, right, and we will do, and they galvanise the squad straight away, we're going to have a bounce back. All right. I didn't include Arsenal, but I will include Arsenal as well, because I think if we get the right one back, then this could be like glory days. You know what I mean? We could imagine that we get the interim manager up, everyone's backs are up, the players want to show him that they can play. Tell will go one step further, because now he's out of the dark. Now he's happy. He's got rid of the curse. You know what I mean? Tell's going to be happy. I was happy with Sousa, by the way, the other day. Very happy. When you get sorry, I'm just diverting here, but when you have a player come into the club and he's got no time to settle in, you see that player for his rawness, right? How he sees himself, how he plays in his own way. He was attacking as well, which I really like to see. I know he wasn't on for long, but I think from the glimpse that we saw, I think given an Ange or given a Poch, I think he could be really something already with what I saw, even from that 20 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever he got. Anyway, from the games, I just tidied it up like that, Chris. I can't remember the games that we've got, but you know, I think it could be all right. I do believe we've got the right guy back. They would sort out this squad because they're not bad. The players we have got. It's not like last season when we had 12 like proper first team players missing and no centre backs, with a child in his first season as his midfielder child playing at centre back and a third choice keeper. Do you know what I mean? And no striker. Oh, man, this is ridiculous. What we've got now is still even way better than what we had last year. And I think the likes of those that we've aforementioned there could do it. Redknapp included. You know, I think they could give that manager bounce. They could install some fire back into the bellies of those players, because they had it. We had it. You know, we won a European Cup, and we come away from that such a good mood, and it spilled over, didn't it, into the pre-season. And we were running off the fumes of that. It was only Frank that cut that down with his subs and God knows what else to do. It was only him that poured water all over the fire, you know. So I think once we start getting that back up, we need damage control. I think we could do it. And I will. Sorry, you might laugh, whoever that other guy was, but but if we get the right person back, I think we could still go for go for it, and maybe even get into somewhere for next season. And if it was Ange, then listen, first season back into Europe, second season is winning the cup again. Do you know what I mean? This is the way it is. Then rinse and repeat if we want. You know, I don't mind that. We can sack Ange every year if it's just for a couple of months until he does a 2-year return. That'll do me.
G, thank you so much for joining us as always, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Happy days, guys. Thank you, Craig.
Cheers, G. It's all right. I love guests like you, G. I don't have to work. I don't have to do anything. So you just carry on talking. That's
as long
fine.
as he's smiling. As long as Craig is smiling.
Yeah. And I also, sorry, just one last thing. I also witnessed what happened the other night when Chris dumped you as well. I did note that, Craig. I noted that.
Yeah, the stadium was still open. He just couldn't be bothered, you know.
Happy days, guys. It's going to be great. Don't worry.
Our loyal viewers and listeners, they know that I wouldn't just abandon you, Craig.
No.
They know.
Absolutely. You're in it for you're through thick and thin. Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. Right, G. Speak to you soon. Cheers.
See you, G.
Right, we're now going to go to Colin in Canada. Colin, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Chris? Hi, Craig.
Yeah,
Hello,
we're very
Colin.
good, thank you. How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? Of course, the 2-1 home defeat against Newcastle. Thomas Frank coming out and saying that he will be in charge for the Arsenal game Sunday week. And then all of a sudden, 10 o'clock this morning, bang.
Yeah, I guess we all saw it coming to a degree, and we probably didn't have a lot of choice, but I'm not jumping over the moon like everybody else. I'm just going to call it as I see it here in the interest of time. I think that we've been down this road before with this club, and we get to a point where we lose stars and we don't replace them. We don't spend money when we tell everybody we have money. And we're getting the bait and switch again, where everybody on the board gets to loosen their trousers and push back from the desk and relax for a while. And we're in the same place as we were before. So I'm frustrated because why did we choose him as a manager? What kind of intel goes into a decision like that he does so poorly? And moreover, The fan situation where everybody wanted him out and the toxic environment that was created didn't help the situation either. So we are where we are, where we've been many times since the Pochettino era. Everybody wants to talk about Pochettino, but we're doing it again. So I'm not trying to be negative. I like the players we have, but I don't think we have a squad that is going to crack the top 5 as it exists. I wasn't a huge Thomas Frank fan at all, but I don't know how much of a chance he got. I don't know if in an environment like that, where there's so much negativity, that anybody can perform well in any job, and that goes with the players as well. People are talking player evaluations of these young players being crap and they should go and so on. I just don't think there's enough data right now to support those ideas, because the situation has been so dysfunctional since maybe the first couple of games, where I think we all sort of sat up and we noticed things that were happening on the pitch that didn't happen the year before. And it was interesting, it was exciting, and there was a lot of promise, but it never amounted to anything. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is there's the board, there's the management, and there's the team, and there are the fans. There are those 4 things. And all 4 of those things seem to be at cross purposes. And I'm really hopeful that this is going to produce some sort of positive result, and that we get to start to move forward in a way that everyone is moving in the same direction. Because if we go through this again and we get to the summer signings and we do a lackluster job, if we don't replace stars who have left, and we continue to acquire the level of player we've acquired thus far, and there's some great guys in there, but we've got a lot of youth, I'm just a little bit frustrated that we're going through all this again. I'm thinking about going backwards, and why did we go down this road to begin with if this guy was so antithetical to what Tottenham is supposed to be?
Yeah, a change had to be made, though, Colin, didn't it? As you say, it had to be made. He couldn't continue. Do you think we stand a better chance now he's gone of climbing up the Premier League table?
Well, I think that the new manager bounce is getting a little bit taken as a given, and it's not always a given, as we know. I agree with you, Craig. I think that we had no choice, because we'd gotten to the point where there was so little to watch or look at or be excited about in the pitch. And in these situations, in all sports, that's what you have to do. You have to get rid of the manager, and then hopefully you're going to rebuild the other parts. But yeah, I can't argue wholeheartedly that we should have kept him. But I think if circumstances were a little bit different in terms of injuries and in terms of support, that maybe he would have done better than he has done. I think he was rattled. I think he lost his confidence. And I think that translated to what was happening on the pitch. And I also think players started to second guess him, and they lost their confidence as well, because you have a lot of young guys putting in a lot of minutes in key positions. So what I'm trying to say is, when you look at the whole microcosm of the team, there's a lot wrong. And yes, he had to go probably in the end, but I don't think that's a panacea for all our ills right now.
Colin, what will you remember about Thomas Frank's time at Tottenham?
Nothing, because it's like Nuno's time. It never well, Nuno never had a chance either. I don't think Nuno finished a cup of coffee. But
like Craig said, it was never going to work under Thomas Frank, and it was never going to work under Nuno. And funny enough, my whole life of supporting Spurs, you could see, and those are the only 2 times where I've actually come out and said it's not going to work under these managers. I think that people could see it a mile away that it was never going to work under Nuno and Thomas Frank.
Well, I can't argue with that, because you're right. But my point is this evening is that there's all sorts of factors that contribute to that. And if we think that all of a sudden by changing a manager, getting an interim in and so on, we're going to get some 5-game bounce like United did. United's a much, much deeper team than we are. And obviously there was a lot going on there that wasn't working for them. But I don't think we're Manchester United. I hope I'm wrong. I like our players. I like a lot of the guys. I've never criticized them publicly. But the whole system's messed up. That's what I'm saying. He's part of the messed up. He never got off the ground, so I won't remember much about him. I feel kind of bad for the guy, to be honest, but he'll be okay. He'll get another job. But yeah, I think the whole system right now just seems to be in absolute disarray.
Jamie's comment here: Nuno won more home games than Thomas Frank. That is a really, really worrying stat as well. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah.
Colin, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you for a lot longer next time when you're on. Thanks so much. We're 3.5 hours in. We've got a couple of guests left, so yeah, we will talk to you again very soon.
Thanks for the great work, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good night,
Colin. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yep.
Right, we're now going to go to Congo to speak to Hussein. Hussein, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Hiya.
How are you feeling as a Spurs fan today, Hussein, with the news?
I'm a couple hours ahead of you guys, so I kept checking the phone every half hour from work, waiting for news, because we've had many false alarms. But I think today had to be the day, so I was glad when it came. It's only part of the work. I'm still quite worried. I think Lang also is the next one that has to go. We haven't really mentioned him, but I don't trust him to recruit for Poch or whoever else it's going to be. I don't trust. I mean, they spent 200+ million this summer, and we're still in the same position we were in last year.
Do you trust? Do you trust Vinay Venkatesham?
No, I don't. But what choice do you have there? Because you need a CEO to run the business side of everything. But I think yesterday when Chris, you were on Sky. I don't know if it was today, saying that the crowds were screaming at the board members. And if that's how the board members are getting their news, and that's why they acted, right? I mean, we need to have some serious football people in senior management and at the board level, because it looks like no one in the board knows anything about football. I don't think Vinay knows much. And Johan Lang, to me, looks completely incompetent and also way out of his depth for a club our size. So I think, again, he just got promoted. I don't see how or why. And I think we need to clean house in the summer. It's not just as simple as replacing the coach, although it's the first step.
Hussein, how are you thinking? Well, what's your thinking about the next 12 Premier League games? And we just had a comment in a minute ago. Forgive me, I didn't catch the name, but it said more or less, should we bin off the Champions League games to concentrate on Premier League survival?
Well, if we only have really 2 games, I think we should give it a go. I've been having nightmares of us winning the Champions League and getting relegated in the same season, and I didn't know whether it's a good dream or a bad dream. Can you imagine a championship team playing in the Champions League next year because they're champions?
That would be a first, definitely. It would be a first.
Well, we could also be the first. Well, I don't know if someone's won the UEFA Cup and gotten relegated the very next season. I think it has happened.
I'm sitting here laughing, but it's a very, very nervous laughter. I can tell you that.
So I mean, is that good news or bad news? Would you take it?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. It's a nightmare.
No, you keep these nightmares to yourself.
Yeah. So I think we'll be okay. Obviously, hopefully, in the next 2 days, we'll know who's going to be trusted with the reins. I think we'll be okay. I don't think we're going to do much for the next 4 or 5 games, but I think from March onwards we should be okay. Towards the end of the season, we should pick up the 4 or 5 wins that we need.
Who would be your preference for permanent manager?
Again, I was thinking Carrick 3 weeks ago. That's when I would have really, and I don't think Mason or, I don't know. I've been thinking about this all day. And my pick would be Harry Redknapp, just because you need an older guy to go in there and just calm everyone down and just motivate them. I think they all, at this point of the season, everyone's fit, everyone's trained, everyone knows what to do. But I think he just needs some motivation. I mean, every single game we couldn't get a first half. We would start negatively, we would start badly. And for me, that says the coach was unable to motivate the team to actually start a game properly. So I think someone like him with, I think Josh had a good idea putting Davies on in kind of a player manager type of assistant manager role. I saw Teddy Sheringham in the stands yesterday, so I even thought about that. But then he doesn't have that good a record either. But maybe with Harry, he could do something. But anyway, I'm happy. I've seen some bad managers at Spurs, and I think this ranks right up there. I mean, we've had what, Santini, we've had Gross, we've had so many. And I'm also worried that the board gets tempted with a Xavi or Glasner or Areola, I think, and decides that they want to go for another Hollywood manager, which I don't think. I think everyone knows. Yeah,
you bring up there Andoni Iraola. I think it's the first time that it's been brought up in the 3.5 hours that we've been live here. He plays extremely attractive football. I think that he would actually fit Spurs extremely well. He seems to be the perfect fit.
He would, but it would be the same experiment and the same risk that we took when we brought Poch from Southampton, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And at this point, are we willing to take any more risks with this club? Right. I mean, if we say Poch comes, we know what we're getting. We're family. We trust him, and we know we can go 3-4 years without having to change a coach again. But do we really want now, the way the club is in such a fragile position, to go and trust another lower level or lower manager coming from a lower team and giving him, this flagship team? I'm not sure.
But when you're talking about style of play, you can clearly see
how he
sets the team up, and we've also seen a number of players, including his whole back line and the goalkeeper, taken out at the start of this season, and he's still managed to get them playing attractive football. Semenyo's even come out of that team now, and they just seem to have.
Semenyo came out, but it could be a Brentford effect where it's just they're really good recruiting. I mean, Raya came in, who we were linked with in the summer, and we didn't do anything. And he goes to Bournemouth and scored yesterday and is taking over Semenyo's role. And so, or is it going to be like, look at Brentford, Frank left, they sold half their team and they're even better now, right? I mean, how much of that is coaching and how much of that is just good recruitment? But I agree with you. His style of play is nice, but I'm not willing to take any more risks. I think we just stick with who. And I just hope the board doesn't get tempted in the next few days to go for De Zerbi or somebody else,
Yeah, as we said earlier, I can't see De Zerbi or Glasner happening because of the way that they've conducted themselves, and I can't see Spurs going down that route. But Iraola, I think that Spurs would be attracted to that type of manager. Craig, what do you make of Spurs being linked to Andoni Iraola and the type of football that he does play at Bournemouth? And do you think that some people, I'm not saying you, Hussein, but do you think that some people could be a bit snobby about saying, well, we don't want another manager from a lower league team? Very similar to what Hussein actually did say.
Yeah, there's definitely elements of that, isn't there? He does play very exciting football, more like Ange than anybody else probably in the league. There is that worry, though, is the step up. Thomas Frank has found that to his downfall, essentially. That is a big step up from the likes of Bournemouth to Tottenham. I think Areola would be slightly different. Personally, I don't think it just doesn't feel right for me, that managerial appointment. However, if they did go down that route, I wouldn't be massively against it. I think you definitely see more exciting football at Tottenham, that's for sure. But then again, it'd be bloody awkward and difficult to get anything more boring than what we've seen under Thomas Frank, to be honest with you. In fact, somebody commented on my tweet earlier that it wasn't Thomas Frank's football that got him sacked. It was Thomas Frank's football that got him sacked because it was so bloody boring to watch. So that was the main thing. So I think ultimately the fans will always take defeats if they can see a plan, if they can see the team trying, if they can see that we're playing attacking football. Obviously, you put a limit on the amount of defeats, but at the end of the day, you could see the fans at the stadium as soon as we went for it during games, and I'm still not convinced that was Thomas Frank telling them to go for it, by the way. I think that was the players. The fans get behind the team. You need something to get behind, don't you?
I find it interesting. Yesterday was the first time Thomas Frank tried to blame the people above him in his interview. You know, the whole year he's been a yes man. Yes, I'm happy with the transfer window. Yes, January was good. We signed 2 quality players. But yesterday was the first time he said, "Oh, it's not just me. There's 3 of us or 4 of us." Basically, he was saying,
And
"There's
about the
board
injuries as well. Yeah.
and the injuries," using that as an excuse, which all season he never has, and he's always said, "Oh, I'm responsible, and it's my job to make a plan." So yesterday was just interesting how yesterday he actually took a few jabs at not just injuries but at others in I would assume in senior management and in the board level, and that tells me that the job also. I mean, how about a dream scenario of Poch coming back, getting Mitchell back, and getting Kane back, all together again?
Is this one of your strange dreams or nightmares again?
That's the next. Now that's a dream.
Hussein, thanks so much for joining
All
us,
right.
and we'll talk to you
Cheers.
again very soon. Thank you.
See you guys.
Cheers, Hussein.
Right. I think we've got one more guest, and Des is coming in. Des, you're going to be the last guest of ours tonight. Thanks so much for joining us and being very, very patient. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, pretty relieved, like everyone else has said. Relieved actually that I've just got, because the connection just got cut off, and I've literally just got back on as you've said my name. So that was quite lucky, to be honest. So yeah, it's relief, to be honest. But just one thing I'd like to start with saying, I think someone made the comment earlier on to you that didn't go down too well about, well done, Chris. You got what you wanted. But, I think no one should ever underestimate the power of these podcasts and shows like this and comments on social media, because people within these clubs do read them, do look at them, do listen to them. And I've no doubt whatsoever, if you were in that stadium and you saw the discontent last night, which I've never seen in 7 years in that stadium, the fan power definitely brought about this change, because I think they realized last night was the point of no return. It was dreadful. And I think they realized.
I was going to say, Des, the one thing that I would say is I actually think that I'm a lot more patient with managers than a lot of others. Take Craig and I, for example. I think Craig checked out with Thomas Frank months ago, and I was always trying to pick out small positives week by week, game by game, giving Thomas Frank the credit when we won games, particularly recently in Europe. It's only a couple of weeks ago when we won, and at home against Dortmund, and then the next week away at Frankfurt, and I was giving Thomas Frank and the players credit. Thomas Frank actually went over the away end, and that was straight after the Burnley game as well. The Burnley game where the fans were singing "You're getting sacked in the morning" and all of those other chants. And then a couple of days later, we win at Frankfurt, and the Spurs away end that night were applauding Thomas Frank and applauding the team. So I've always given credit where credit is due, and always been very patient with people. The last thing I ever want to do as a podcaster here doing these shows is ever call for managers to be fired. I have said twice now in my life, which I just said a minute ago, where I just think that it's not going to work for certain managers. Nuno is one, and Thomas Frank was the other. So I think I'm very patient. I think a lot of you guys, when we've done the fan shows in these last few months, particularly this season, a lot of you guys have said, we don't want Thomas Frank here, and I've always remained, positive, thinking, well, you've got to give someone time. You would hope to see more positives week by week, and sadly we haven't. So, how long do you keep it? Like that comment from Checkmate earlier. It's like, have you not seen the Premier League table? How far or how long do you want to give it? We're 5 points above the relegation zone. How long can a football club or how long can a fan base be patient before you're thinking, good grief, we are really in it? Because I think that was the turning point for a lot of fans yesterday. And as it's been mentioned in the last couple of minutes, the fans were shouting up to the hierarchy and the board members, because that, I think, there was a real turning point. And I think that is probably one of the reasons, if not the main reason, why they probably thought, we've got to make a change, because they don't want that. They don't want that that focus on them. So, and they certainly don't want Spurs sitting 16th in the Premier League table right now.
Absolutely, because even the lower you finish, the lower the prize money, let alone not getting into Europe, the lower the prize money, the lower the attendances. As you could see last night, you know, there was 5, 6 empty seats around me. I mean, that's probably something to do with me having BO or something, but that's another story. But yeah, no, there was definitely lots of empty seats. The mood was just flat, and I think these people, as much as they were listening to what the fans were saying, they're also thinking about from a financial point of view, because let's not be in any doubt, the people who run this club, that's what their first priority is. It's finances, it's money. And they'll have thought, you know, six games left, 6 home games. We can't be doing with crowds sitting maybe at 40, at 50,000 when you think how much, you know, revenue it brings in. So, you know, the kind of the second point for me is, I think a lot of people spoke tonight about an interim manager, and for me, that it carries a lot of risk, an interim manager. If you think about it, a lot of people, a lot of the players have just not bought into Frank's philosophy, if he actually even had one. I'm still waiting to see what his plan A was, to be honest. But a lot of the players just haven't bought into it, and the risk is with 12, 13 games, if you bring in an interim and it doesn't hit the ground running, these players think, well, this manager's going to be gone next season, because the whole philosophy is that Poch is coming back. There's a risk, that it might not work. So for me, I think if they're going to go for Pochettino, I just have a feeling that they won't deep down. But if they are going to do it, they need to do it now. They need to make that move. And you know what? At the end of the day, this is about Spurs. I couldn't care less about the USA or how they do in the World Cup. They're not a country that's very well liked at the minute, so I couldn't care less. If they're going to go for Pochettino, it has to be done now. We can't take risks with interim, so go for it, because I think he would jump at the chance. But the other point about it as well, someone said earlier about never go back to an ex, and it was obviously talking about Pochettino. But could we not just never mind going back to an ex? Could we just not have a secret affair with him? Where he tells his bosses every weekend he's got I'm going over to England for a conference, just going over for a conference, and we could cheat with him. He could, he could be the coach just every couple of weeks.
I've never really understood this. Never go back. You're talking not you in general. You're talking about relationships. Relationships and football clubs are massively, massively different. As Chris said, Pochettino is a totally different coach, a different man to when he left. He will have learned a lot. He will have got more resilient. He's won something since he left. So I don't get the people that wouldn't that say purely no to Pochettino because you don't go back to your ex. I personally don't get that. And as for just coming on what you said about Checkmate's comment about you got what you wanted, it wasn't just me. It wasn't just Chris. It wasn't just people that watched the show that wanted him out. It was a majority of the fan base. And I've used this comparison before on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, when the contestant asks the audience a question. How many times are a majority of the audience wrong? Barely ever.
My point, though, Craig, my point to Checkmate, which I find really odd, is the fact that they, I was going to say he, I don't know whether it's a he or a she, they watch this or listen to this channel on a regular basis. We regularly see Checkmate's comments come up, and you will clearly know that I was probably one of the last people to lose faith with Thomas Frank. So I just find that a really bizarre comment, actually.
Yeah, I agree. You were, and like you said, I was. To use one of Josh's phrases, I was off Thomas Frank's stones after the Arsenal game. What was that? The end of November. He just totally lost me for that game. I did that you cannot play like that in a North London derby and be manager of this football club. And there'd been signs before then, let's be honest, but that done it for me.
But worse than that was he just didn't get the club. He didn't get the fans, he didn't get the players, and we as fans, I suppose you could say this about every club, but people were united in what they were saying. People wanted Frank out. Spurs fans, we care passionately. It's your life. it's unlike any other club. It's your whole life, and because we are the club that seems to take most of the flack from the media. You know, mentioned TalkSport earlier, and people like Bunglahor and people like that, they love getting ripped into Spurs. You can see it even before you came on this morning, Chris, on Sky Sports. You know, Jay Boothroyd with his little comment about the question was, can Spurs go down? And he made the little jibe, hope so. You know, they just love to. That's why it's great. It's such a buzz to see people like Bentley and Sherwood. You know, I always thought Sherwood was an Arsenal fan, to be honest, but he seemed to be, you know, talking Spurs up about what a brilliant club it is, and that's great. If there is managers out there watching up, you know, that are targets for the club, then it means, you know, that it creates an interest for them, because if someone like Bentley's coming out, Sherwood's coming out and saying, and Dawson, it's a great club, you know, they might think, well, yeah, maybe it is going through some tough times, so, you know, they will consider the opportunity of coming players as well. So,
Des,
I mean, sorry, Chris.
sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say, because we've not mentioned this yet during this nearly 4-hour show. In the summer, you know, Johan Langer, Vinay Venkatesham, you know, they've all spoken about ambition. They've all spoken about us doing big things in the summer. Do you believe it? Do you think that we're going to see major change in the summer?
No, I doubt it. If you look at the way that the transfer window has just gone, you know, there was just absolutely, if all of us knew with 6 or 7 days to go that there wasn't going to be anyone else coming in. Gallagher obviously was a sign that had to happen because the midfield would just have been depleted. But I don't really have the faith. I just hope upon hope that there's someone out there looking at buying the club, and that maybe the reason for not bringing anyone in late in the window was the fact that there was the possibility that Frank was going to go. You know, maybe they've considered as a contingency, well, what if we bring a player in that Frank wants and then sack him, which ironically has turned out to be the case 8 days later. So, you know, maybe there is some sort of plan, but I don't have any great faith in it, to be honest.
This comment here, Boston Spurs fan 1734, need a director of football that aligns with Pochettino. Sorry to use that word again. That wasn't
no.
Because there is talk that Spurs want to replace Fabio Paratici and they want to have 2 sporting directors. Des, are you a fan of 2 sporting directors, one doing certain jobs and one doing the other jobs? And Craig, I suppose I'll pose that question to you as well.
Yeah, I'm a fan that in the modern age of football, you know, the days we had actually the Redknapp at his peak, the Wengers and the Ferguson, where they took control, I think those days are gone, and you do need someone there now to take that stress off and that pressure. As long as that person, like Wilcox at United, as long as that person's role doesn't kind of like Venn diagram over into the manager and take away what they're trying to do. But sorry, my mind just slipped back to something that you said there as well about Pochettino, and he's a different person and a different man, and that's actually a really good point, because if you think, you know, that guy has been at the 2 most volatile football clubs you could possibly be at in Europe, Paris Saint-Germain and Chelsea, the 2 big money clubs with big personalities, players on huge wages, and owners that make it about themselves. So that's sorry for cutting back to that, and I'll let Craig answer that on the question you've just asked. But that's a really good point about Poch.
I don't know about 2, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what our current one does, to be honest with you. I would replace Langer completely and try, and if Pochettino does come back, go back in for Mitchell. He had a really good working relationship with him when he was at the club. So, you know, if you're going to get the band back together, you've got to bring in a director of football that Poch is going to feel comfortable with and happy to work with. So, yeah, somebody like that. But he'll probably might even have his own ideas for that.
But again, the amount of changes that we have seen in recent years, particularly in the last 12 months since Thomas Frank was appointed, the amount of changes on the pitch, off the pitch, board level, etc., amount of changes we've seen have been incredible, and that could happen again. So surely the fan base have got to be patient again with the next manager, whether it be Pochettino or somebody else. Is that manager gonna get that patience again from the fan base? Because it just seems that how many times, Des, have we spoken to various guests tonight talking about 6 managers in 6 years at the stadium, 3 interim appointments as well? Can we keep going around? I get the fact that Spurs wanted it to work under Thomas Frank. Clearly, it was the wrong appointment from a football point of view, but from a business point of view as well, you can't keep going through managers year by year.
No, you can't, and that's because we have to pick, and maybe it is all these different directors of football that we've had, and these people who have their own kind of choices, because it seems Paratici kind of walked away like, he had a smack the horse, annoyed that he didn't get the one that he wanted. He wanted this Italian guy, Farioli, apparently, or even De Zerbi. I'm not sure which. I mean, I don't think he was ever a fan, but yeah, the club needs stability. It definitely needs some stability, which is, a bit hypocritical when someone like me has been moaning for the last 2 or 3 months about getting rid of Frank. But, it was just survival football, and it was unwatchable. And I think I missed about 4 home games on the bounce. And definitely the club does need stability, someone who's going to come in. And Mitchell he's been here before. Would he come back? He might do with Levy being gone, because apparently that's who he had the issue with. But yeah, it's the person who comes in, the manager's going to need stability. But I was just thinking tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, if they had someone lined up and announced it 7 o'clock just before the Arsenal game kicks off, and the word gets around the dressing room, well, they've appointed this or they've appointed that, or, it might just niggle Arsenal a bit, knowing that that's their next game, because they'll probably have been looking forward to the fact at 10 o'clock last night that Frank was 1,000% staying at the club. So
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right, Des. Yeah. Des, anything else to add?
Yeah, just the other thing, really. I think I just have a feeling. I don't know why I have a feeling it'll be Xavi Hernandez. I don't know. I just have this feeling I think they will go with a permanent. I don't think they'll wait till the summer for an interim. But we'll see, because I think Pochettino. The danger is, I think it's already been said on here. If they progress in the World Cup, even if they get beyond the first stage of it, then he's going to have 3 or 4 weeks to come, maybe 5 weeks to prepare pre-season. So it's going to be a big ask. But yeah, that's it. As always, really, just to say thanks to you guys, because for giving fans a voice, back in the days when we only had 606 on the radio and stuff, for giving fans a voice. And, if you even look the kind of format that you have on this show, Sky Sports is using it now. Like that one you were on yourself this morning, where it's kind of reversal, where they have the podcast guys like yourselves on talking about the clubs. So it definitely works, and it gives the fan base a voice and to be able to come on and say something, whereas before we didn't have that. And I do believe that the clubs and the people in the clubs take notice of what's being spoken, what's being said on these shows. So well done, brilliant. Thanks to you two guys.
Thank you, Des. You're always very supportive of this channel, and we love having you on. So thank you so much. And just to say to all of the listeners and all of the viewers, if you would like to come on a future show, do send me an email. It is tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Des, thanks so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Brilliant, guys. Take care. Speak soon.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
Craig, big apologies. We promised a 2-hour fan show.
We did, and it's
4 hours.
Nearly four. So
it's 4 hours, Craig.
It's not overrun by much. That's fine.
No. Wow. I tell you what, that was a long one again. Not the longest we've done, but it was a long one. But we know that a lot of people have got a lot to say, and like Des said there, these shows are so fans can come on and talk about whatever they want to talk about. We don't need to ask them questions. They can come on and talk about players, managers, the board, whatever you wish. So if you would like to come on, please do send an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Craig, you enjoyed today's show?
Yeah, it's been really good. As many guests have said, it just feels like a huge weight has been lifted off your shoulders. That is a perfect way of describing it. And it seems like most people feel the same. So let's hope we can get some news over the next few days about whether it be an interim or not. I still think they're probably going to go for an interim and give themselves a bit more time. It seems like Pochettino is one of the front runners, along with De Zerbi and a couple of others. But let's get the interim in first, if that's the road they're going down, and make sure it's the right appointment.
So just before you go, give me your ideal scenario, what you would like to see happen this coming week or in the next, say, 7 to 10 days, prior to the Arsenal game. And what would you like to see happen in the summer? What's your perfect scenario if you were to choose?
Perfect scenario. I'll go backwards. Summer up, well, get the job done, get Pochettino in place. I don't see why you shouldn't be able to do it because his contract only runs till after the World Cup. I'm sure he could pre-negotiate. So get the Pochettino deal done so everybody knows that's who's going to be our manager. Get that done. And that will give everyone a boost. And then for the interim, I would take anybody that's got close links with the club that wants the job. So whether that be Redknapp, whether that be even Sherwood, some people turning their nose up at Tim Sherwood. Personally, if it was me, I'd give Redknapp a go with somebody else, whether that be Defoe, whether that be Ledley, whether that be, I don't know, I don't think Robbie Keane would come, but somebody else to help Harry. He will get us playing football. He will put the joy back into Tottenham Hotspur, and he will put the joy back into the fans wanting to come to the stadium and on the tellies around the world watching this team. And he'll put a smile back on everybody's face. Probably won't be instant, but Harry, for me, is just keeps it simple, and that's what these players need. They need a bit of simplicity. Go out there, enjoy your football, and that for me is what football's all about. So that would be my dream scenario.
G writes here, haven't seen Craig smile for a while, changing times. And Neil thinks I'm just swigging down pints, but actually, I'm sorry, it's really boring, but it is just apple juice. It's not pints of beer at all. I know people think I'm sitting here celebrating, but no. You see, it's funny, isn't it, how people think that I'm sitting here drinking beer because Thomas Frank's gone out the door. Not at all.
Yeah.
And I was with Thomas Frank, so yeah, up until the end.
Yeah, well, yeah, nearly the end. You was, yeah. This is not vodka; it's water. So, yeah.
A couple of boring sods. You see, people think we're drinking beer and vodkas while doing these 4-hour fan shows, Craig. So, yeah, you are.
We're professional. Yeah,
exactly. Right. Well, thank you for watching, everyone. Thanks for listening, and we will be back with some more shows in the very, very near future. When, of course, we do get announcements and we do hear what is happening. But thanks so much for all of your support as always, and we will see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of the week, and enjoy the weekend because we've all got the weekend off because we're not in the FA Cup. So whatever you're doing, enjoy it and stay safe and well. And come on, you Spurs.